mairaka I rungi te arewa tapona tupuna o na mātua ko te rārangi kīngi a kua ngaroki te pō. No reira rire hau pai mā rire. Ka tira rātou kua wehe tēnei te tangi atu ki a koutou. Ana hoki mai ana ki a tātou te honga ora e kawe nei tēnei kaupapi I tēnei rangi te tirohia me pēwhia te tiaki I tēnei taonga o tātou ana ko te taia. Anō reire mihi ana ki a koutou, ngā komihana kua whiriwhirihia nei mā koutou e whiriwhiri tēnei kaupapa. Kai o koutou te toimaha tanga o tēnei mahi, no reira kātira ka mihi atu ki a koutou, kia kaha, kia maia, kia manawa nui. Kia koe te hea mana David, Vicky, Nigel, Dave, tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou e whai aroha nei ki tēnei kaupapa, me pēwhia rā te huarahi e hanga. No reira mihi ana ki a koutou me ngā mana kairungi a koutou. O tira tātou katoa, e whakatata mai ana ki tēnei kaupapa, ana ko koutou tērā hoki e whai nui atu I tēnei kaupapa, ana ko te taia, te awa, I ngā taonga o nehe. No reira mihi kau atu, e mihi kau atu, e mihi kau atu. Koe anu, kai unui tātou. E te atua kaharawa tēnei rā mātou e whakamoimitia whakawhetai atu ki a koe e tēnei rangi. Kia tātu mai tō tau whirotanga ki rungi a tātou. I roto I ngā whiriwhiringa, I roto I ngā tau patu, I roto I ngā kōrero ka takahia nei ki te papa, hei whakaarotanga mā tātou me pēwhea tēnei taonga e nau anō I hanga. Nō reire e te atua, kia tata mai, kia mātou katoa ki ngā kai komihana, kai a rātou te toimahatanga o tēnei mahi. Nō reira āwhina I a rātou a wairua, a tinana, a hine ngaro, a ngākau ki te whakatūtuki tika mai I tēnei kaupapi, I tēnei rangi, ngā rāta kai te whai mai. Nō reire e pai te matua tēnei tā mātou nei inoi ki a koe, I roto I te ngoa tapu o tautama I Ukaraiti. Āmene.
Ko te amorangi ki mua, ko te hāwhai o ki muri. Nā reira, I mihi ana ki a koe e muna, I te kaitiaki o te karakia I te atanei. Nau, I hono te rangi me te whenua me te rangi. Tēnā koe. E tautoko ana, nā mihi kua mihia e koe. Ki nā huia kaimanua, kua naro ki te pō, oki mai rā. Kia kingi tūheitia ki ngā ariki, kāhui ariki katoa, pai mārire ki a rātou. Ki ngā tangata ki o ētahi o tātou kua pānia e te huripari, e te riri o tāwhiri mātia I tēnei wā, kei a koutou o tātou whakaaro I te atanei. Ki a tātou e hui mai nei ki o I tēnei kaupapa whakahirahira tēnā koutou katoa. Ka whiua te rākau ki te tiamana I nei, kia tuku ai ia I tāna kupu taki tēnā anō koutou katoa.
All right. Well, welcome everybody. Anyone who's not here for this sleigh ride through to March 24, may as well go home. Just to introduce the commissioners, and I'll get Steve then just to go through the housekeeping. My name's David Hill, for those of you who don't know me or who are hiding behind the columns. Half the room is invisible to me, but maybe if you move around when you want to listen to whatever's going on, don't feel that you have to stay in the seats that you're currently at. Yep, so let's do the introductions. Nigel, if you wouldn't mind.
Good morning. Is that working? Just turned it off.
It was on.
After all.
Good morning.
Yeah.
My name's Nigel Mark Brown. I am an environmental and civil engineer with wide experience in three waters, and I'm from Auckland, and for the last 14 years I've been involved in a large number of resource consent and plan change hearings. Thank you.
Morena no koutou. He uri tēnei no Ngāpuhi, no Ngāti Pākehā no Hoki, I te puaki au I Pukukohe. He roia taio au, he kai komihana taio anō hoki. I ngā wā o mua, I ako au I te whariwānanga o Waikato ki te kaupapa ture. So, morning everyone. My name is Vicky Morrison-Shaw. I have affiliations to Ngāpuhi and Ngāti Pākehā. Grew up in Pukukohe, went to university down here. Good to see you all this morning.
Kia ora tātou, my name is David Sargent. I'm a planning consultant and commissioner, obviously, of too many years' experience that I don't want to remember. But hopefully I bring a lot to this hearing in terms of plan change experience and development. And I'm pleased to be here and look forward to the hearing.
Thank you, David. And David Hill, can't recall whether I introduced myself. I should introduce myself, chairing this particular set of hearings along with others through to, well, we think through to the end of the year. I guess we'll wait and see whether we get to the end of the year or not. It's going to be quite a ride, I know that. Steve, if you wouldn't mind just doing the housekeepings and then we'll move on. We are streaming live. As long as the bandwidth allows us to do that. So just be aware, everybody, that there are unknown people out in the ether there who are watching us and scoring us for our presentations. Right, Steve.
Okay. On that note, we are recording separately, and the recordings will be available online for those who ask for them, also on the Hamilton Council websites. Housekeeping, in terms of evacuation, if we have a fire alarm, back door on the right, below the green sign, assemble in the car park outside. Toilets around the corner just through the entrance door, and the corridor, the toilets are there. There's drinking water available on my desk at the back, and for those who need caffeine, the cafe is just around the corner.
All right, thank you, Steve. As we all know, this is being held under the ISPP arrangements. And this preliminary hearing, or I suppose not a preliminary, the opening hearing, and let me say thank you to everybody who's participated in that, because I know we've all pre-read all the material that's been provided to us, and it's been very helpful just to set the scene. Courtesy of Gabrielle, we are compressed in terms of hearing this week. I don't think that's going to be an issue for those of us in the room. We'll be moving you through fairly quickly in terms of the statements or the submissions that you've made on the basis that we have thoroughly read all the material. So there may be a bit of a gallop. If anybody feels that we're actually moving too quickly, don't hesitate to let us know. Whether we take any notice of that's another matter, but don't hesitate to let us know. We obviously don't want to short-circuit what is a very important process here, and mindful that there are, or could be, people who in actual fact wanting to catch up and perhaps not quite as experienced as most people in this room with proceedings. But we are on the current schedule anticipating that we will move through, perhaps bar the procedural matters this week and then move into procedural matters next week. And I have some propositions for council with respect to, which I'll talk about a little bit later on, about maybe putting a think piece together that we can distribute in advance of next Friday, so that we can use that as a talking point for the discussion, roundtable discussion next Friday. I don't think I need to add anything other than that. Just check. And I think we should just move into it. Mr. Mardani, there didn't seem to, I mean, I know you're going to be rehearsing the legal framework for us in terms of opening submissions. It didn't seem to us in reading that there was anyone was taking issue with the framework, so be as clipped as you wish to be, and let me just invite you to proceed.
Thank you, sir. just before I commence with the submissions, there's just one point of housekeeping. I'm not sure if the message has been passed to you, but I heard from our 42A author, Mr. Eccles, who's been in the South Island tramping and was having difficulty getting back to the North Island. He is currently on a plane between Wellington and Auckland. He's expected to land in Auckland mid to late morning, and he's then racing down here to be available through the afternoon session. So we should expect to see him at some stage early afternoon.
Thank you for that. I have no sympathy for people tramping in the South Island.
All right, well, you can let him know. So thank you. That's the only housekeeping matter I had. So I will move to the opening legal submissions, and taking on board the signal that everything has been pre-read, I will move through fairly briskly. There's a couple of points that I want to highlight in the joint opening legal submissions of the councils, which I'll take you to shortly, and then with the opening legal submissions for Hamilton City, there are some parts that I do want to just work through carefully, and others that we can certainly speed up and skip. And again, I'll take the signal from the panel if you think that we need to move through it at a faster clip. So,
Okay, thank you.
So moving to the joint opening legal submissions of the councils, assume you've got copies available. Probably the first point I wanted to make was just to highlight at paragraph 2.1, we've set out the legal framework for decision making in respect of district plans and district plan making. We've taken the most current articulation of the tests from the Environment Court in Colonial Vineyard, which we note is a 2014 decision. So we've taken the framework from Colonial Vineyard, we've adapted it to incorporate the various RMA amendments that have occurred since 2014, and then also supplemented that with the Amendment Act provisions. So we think it's a fairly comprehensive checklist of where you need to go to in terms of your decision-making framework, and we've set that out at Appendix A to the opening submissions. And if we quickly flick to that, you'll see that as you work through it, sections A, B, C, D, and E should look pretty familiar. Mm-hmm. It's really just the framework that I'm sure you've known and worked with for some time. It's really from F onwards that we've picked up the requirements from the Amendment Act and added them to the checklist. So from F onwards, you'll start to see the legal framework that is associated with the Amendment Act. Yeah. But together, we think it's a comprehensive checklist and should stand you in good stead. Incidentally, that document has been prepared also in collaboration and discussions with Council for Auckland Council. So we're hoping that we're operating under a fairly consistent framework, at least between the Waikato and Auckland. I can't tell you what the rest of the country's doing, but I suspect that it's
I would have thought you wanted to lead rather than simply cooperate. Yes.
Well, no, we're all about collaboration.
Yes, right.
So that's the first point. I think the second point, if we just flick through the submissions, at 4.2, we've got the mandatory elements there, which obviously are pretty self-explanatory, incorporating the MDRS and giving effect to policies 3 and 4 of the NPSUD. There's some discretionary elements at 4.4 that have been picked up on by the councils. There's the opportunity to introduce financial contributions, the opportunity to enable papakainga, and also opportunities to incorporate provisions that support or are consequential to MDRS and policies 3 and 4. And each of the councils have certainly taken up that opportunity in this IPI to include some related provisions.
I'll be interested in due course to hear just how broad that phrase related provisions is to be taken, because it seems to me that that's a real crux point.
Yeah, I think that certainly, I can't speak for the other councils, of course, certainly for HCC, we have, I think, unashamedly taken a liberal approach to related provisions, particularly in relation to transport and mobility around the city. So you will see some fairly substantial and wide-ranging tweaks to some of those transportation and mobility-related provisions. You know, our submission, of course, when the time comes, is that in the context of driving densities and changing typology in the way people live and organise them around the city, how they move about and how they connect from place to place certainly meets the legal tests in terms of related provisions. So we'll get to that point eventually, but yeah, that's certainly the position for HCC. In terms of scope, again, this is something that we'll hear from all of the parties on separately, so I don't plan to labour this point, only to say that in terms of scope, certainly the way that we submit you should approach it is this. The traditional tests of clear water and motor machinists in terms of what is on a plan change still apply here. The only really significant change to how you might approach scope is that traditionally you'd be bound, in terms of matters, you'd be bound by what's notified and what's raised in submissions. But under the Amendment Act, you do have more latitude in terms of matters that are raised during the hearing or identified either by the panel or other parties in the hearing. So that creates a little more flexibility for you in terms of your decision making. If you get some bright ideas and some new.
What do you mean if?
well, when you get bright ideas, they can, so long as they meet the traditional clear water tests of is it on the plan change, you're not constrained. You can introduce those, and certainly HCC will be relying on that latitude in relation to natural hazards, which I'll get to a little bit later in the submission.
And just to close the loop, it's also relevant in terms of that related provisions question as to where the scope, because we have to identify where we think we're out of scope.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. So just moving through again. Paragraph 6.3 of the submissions, we've identified the MDRS provisions there in 6.3, yeah, I think that's probably all we need to say there. It's self-explanatory. At 6.17, there is a requirement that the IPI must show how the MDRS is incorporated, and I see you've got the Hamilton. It looks like the Hamilton City Plan bundles on the table close by. I did see them at one point. Yep. So green shading in those documents represents the IPI proposed amendments for the Hamilton City Plan. I think for Waipa it's orange shading in their document, and for Waikato grey shading.
Just a question on that. In these documents we've got green and kind of a pinky red. The pinky red seems to be for the strikeout.
Yes.
So that's all just PC to R.
Yeah.
There's no
that's right. So I think mostly that will appear in, I think, Chapter 4, the residential chapter, where there's been a complete strikeout and then a replacement code effectively. So when you're seeing those strikeouts, that's what's happening. Yep.
Thank you.
Just turning the page, and I just want to make a couple of comments about Policy 3. Firstly, at 7.4 we've set out Policy 3, and I want to just make the point that if you read Policy 3, and I'm sure you have, you'll note that it is deliberately broad and it uses language which is quite open and subject to interpretation and planning judgment. So, for example, if you look at Policy 3A, it talks about building heights and densities and of urban form to realise as much development capacity as possible and to maximise benefits of intensification. in B, it talks about building heights and density to reflect demand for housing. In C, it talks about walkable catchments without necessarily defining the extent of them. And in D, it talks about building heights and densities of urban form commensurate with the level of commercial activity and community services. And my submission is that there is very wide and open language that was intended here. And so there are planning judgments all the way through Policy 3. So there's not necessarily this sort of binary, did you do it or not? It's about how did you do it? How did you give effect to Policy 3? And those are, partly planning, partly legal, and partly, I suspect, engineering in nature.
I just have a question in relation to the NPSUD and Policies 3 and 4. Obviously those two are singled out by the Amendment Act, and I think in some of the submissions I've read, I don't know if they're on HCC or the other plan changes, but certainly there's a difference of view in terms of interpretation. By singling them out, does that mean that we need to give them greater weight? Because obviously a district plan needs to give effect to higher order instruments. Mm-hmm. So does the Amendment Act mean we have to give more weight to Policies 3 and 4, or do they still retain the same weight as the rest of the policies in the NPSUD?
Yep. I'll give that some more thought. My initial reaction is that there's no question that the Amendment Act is singling out Policy 3 for special attention. So I think there are particular legal tests and judgments to be made in relation to Policy 3, but you have a broad obligation to give effect to national policy statements in terms of plan making. So it's not as if the rest doesn't matter. You have to give effect to the entire policy statement.
Unless it's inconsistent.
Well, unless it's inconsistent, inconsistent with what?
Well, there's that provision through the Amendment Act that says that to the extent that it's not inconsistent with, and I'm not sure how we're going to define that, since, as been correctly pointed out, there's no purpose definition for this suite of amendments. So,
No.
I did wonder whether that, in actual fact, was a hook to downplay some of the other MPS requirements, or even some of the other MPSs for that matter.
Possibly. So I think, other than the submissions I've made on that point, I think it's something that I'd like to return to. But as I say, for now, my submission would simply be that there's most definitely special attention to be applied to Policy 3. And particular legal tests and planning tests to be applied, but you have a broad and general obligation to give effect to the entire policy statements, and all policy statements for that matter, bearing in mind what I'll say about Te Ture Whaimana as first among equals in a moment. At 8.1, we've identified the qualifying matters, and again, I think there's a submission to be made here about the way that you approach the question of whether a qualifying matter has been correctly deployed, and it's probably worth just going to. I'm not sure if you have the Act handy, but the section 77I, there's some language in there that I just wanted to focus on. It talks about a specified territorial authority may make the MDRS and the relevant building heights or density requirements under Policy 3 less enabling of development in relation to an area within a relevant residential zone, and only to the extent necessary to accommodate a qualifying matter. So there's a spatial element to the deployment of a qualifying matter. It needs to be area specific, and it needs to be measured in terms of whether it has been deployed only to the extent necessary to accommodate the QM. So there seems to be language in there that's directing you towards avoiding overreach. And of course, I think that's probably one of the critical planning and legal issues that you'll have to grapple with, is certainly from HCC's plan change, whether the overlay technique is appropriate or some form of overreach.
I have a question, and it's something that you might want to respond to later, but just to signal it now. In relation to the qualifying matters, we are introducing a new qualifying matter. Is the scope of that limited to decreasing the extra residential capacity enabled by the MDRS, or can you introduce a qualifying matter that effectively goes below that and makes it so that a residential use itself can't occur on that property? Like, what's the baseline of the change? And I'm aware that there's the court's currently considering that issue in relation to a new qualifying matter being introduced in a residential zone, where effectively it doesn't just make the MDRS less enabling, it actually makes it pretty much impossible to have a residential use on the site. And so the court's currently, it's reserved its decision and it's due out in a couple of months, I think. But interested to hear your views on whether we, what's the line we can't go beneath? Is it just that, or can we actually have a new qualifying matter that means residential development is very unlikely to occur on the site?
Again, I'd like to give that question some more thought. But again, I will respond if I can. My initial reaction would be, in light of events over the last week, I think that the Amendment Act would be leaving us badly short if we couldn't, for example, identify a natural hazard qualifying matter that inhibited residential development per se, as opposed to just the densities. So you'd like to think it could go that far in light of what we've just been through, but whether that's the case or not, I think I'd need to just give that some more thought. So I'll return to that issue if I can. I'll make a note of that and return to it. It seems critical, particularly given the increased significance I think that natural hazard QMs are probably going to have as we move forward. Yep.
And can I add an extra onto that one too, which is there any limitation on who might promote a new qualifying?
No.
I mean,
no. I think that would come back to this question of scope and whether something is on a plan change. So I don't see anything in the Amendment Act which would say it would necessarily be the exclusive domain of councils. I think if another party or a submitter thought that there was something that council was doing that was falling short, for example, it could submit that it needs to be addressed through a qualifying matter.
So provided a comprehensive and full 32 is done, then that's fine.
It would need to go through the hoops, but I don't think there's anything in the Act which would say it's the exclusive domain of a council promoting an IPI to dictate what's on and off the table.
Yep. Okay.
Just while we're interrupting you there, on various sections of the new 77s, there's the reference to area, and then there's also a reference to analysis being site-specific for qualifying matters. You've interpreted the analysis to then apply to areas. That's the way that you see it, so that the restriction in due course doesn't have to be, the analysis is on the site, therefore the restriction is on the site. So you spread the analysis to the geographic area. That is appropriate, depending on the qualifying matter, of course.
Yeah, very much so. I think it depends on the nature of the qualifying matter. I mean, if you take, for example, Hamilton City qualifying matter of a historic heritage area, it is a distinct geographic location, and it's very site specific. Whereas the approach that the council has taken to define mana as a qualifying matter has been sort of a broad, it's taken a broader spatial approach. In some ways, it's an exercise in false precision to have analysed it down to individual sites, cadastral sites, for example. So again, the granularity, I think, of the site analysis depends very much on the nature of the QM.
Thank you.
Just wanted to make just a small correction to paragraph 811 on the second line. The reference to existing should be deleted. And I also wanted to make just a very minor correction to 813, where we're talking about the other matters, the catch-all J. Hamilton City has not relied on J. Just moving forward fairly quickly. Financial contribution section 10 is all fairly self-explanatory. Waipa and Hamilton City have both introduced fresh financial contribution provisions, which you'll need to examine fairly closely. And then the rest of the joint opening submissions at paragraph 11 just talks about some procedural issues relating to streamlined planning processes, which I think you'll be fairly familiar with. So I think that probably covers the ground in terms of the joint opening submissions, unless there's anything else that you have for me.
Just a question in terms of, at the beginning, you talked about the scope issues and that we have a broader scope under the legislation to give consideration to changes that may have arisen during the hearing as opposed to within the submissions. Any advice in terms of the process that we would need to follow if something new was introduced in that way? Do we need to seek comments from potentially affected submitters and give them an opportunity to comment on that? Or is our scope such that we can just pick up and run with an idea?
No, I think that's a good point. There's always a thread of natural justice that needs to flow through your hearing processes, and I think this flexibility that you have definitely engages with that question. If you get a new bright idea or one is delivered to you that you want to take on and run with, and it is come out of nowhere and has the potential to affect submitters and others, I very definitely think you'd have to pause and think about the natural justice implications. Do other people need to comment? Does this new matter need to be articulated in a minute or a direction, and invite others that might be interested to submit? So yeah, I think it'll be horses for courses. It'll depend upon the circumstances, but yes, I would strongly urge you to have natural justice principles at the forefront when you're dealing with out of the blue but good ideas.
That's disappointing.
I can't do anything about it.
I mean, I don't disagree with you, but from a pragmatic point of view, given the lateness in the year that we're hearing Hamilton City in particular, we'll have to be very careful, being mindful of that, and just in terms of the time that we have to explore any ancillary issues, I suppose. But yeah, no, accept caution.
Yeah, well, yeah, the alternative is some sort of awful review process, and no one wants to go through that. So
Oh, Pontius Pilate here.
Yeah, well, I don't want to. Okay, so that I think covers the ground in terms of the joint submissions.
Yep. Thank you for that.
Okay, so we'll move to the submissions for Hamilton City, and again, there are parts that I do want to just step carefully through, and I will read from the submissions and parts that we can move through. So I want to pick it up at paragraph 5 and give some context here for Hamilton City. Hamilton City is the largest city in the sub-region with a population of 197,900 people as at June 2022, and it's one of the fastest growing urban areas in New Zealand. Over the last 10 years, the city has grown by 33,000 people, 11,000 homes and 3,000 businesses. Currently has around 60,000 homes for around 180,000 people, and over the next 50 years projected to double to 120,000 homes for about 310,000 people. Moving to paragraph 7, accommodating this population growth is a critical issue for Hamilton City Council, particularly given that the territorial boundary encompasses only 100 square kilometres, making it by far the smallest metropolitan centre in New Zealand. And while this boundary may be subject to some expansion over time, being surrounded predominantly by highly productive land, the MPS HPL will inevitably constrain the extent of expansion and drive a more concentrated and compact settlement pattern within the city, resulting in an increased proportion of brownfield residential development over greenfield development. That pattern of development is not new. There was the introduction of the residential intensification zone under the 2001 district plan, and then under the 2012 district plan there was the introduction of the duplex policy, which enabled duplexes to be introduced as a restricted discretionary activity, provided the site areas was no less than 200 square metres. Notably, that restriction, or the restricted discretionary assessment criteria, was really around sort of urban design amenity issues, not concerned with things like infrastructure capacity at all. At paragraph 10 through around 12, I've worked through some of the housing and business development capacity assessments that have been prepared for the city. And really the message there is that Hamilton City has not had a problem with supply, residential housing supply. It has easily exceeded demand in terms of both the short and long term. At paragraph 13, I've just picked up that this was reinforced in the most recent 2021 analysis, where there remained a substantial headroom between demand versus the commercially feasible supply across the short, medium and long term. And that demonstrated that Hamilton City has been enabling more than sufficient market feasible housing supply through a mix of greenfield, infill and redevelopment options. At 14, I want to make the note that it did, however, show that there were high levels of market feasible supply for all growth scenarios, but highlighted some shortfalls in capacity across lower value housing bands. And that suggested that zone-enabled market feasible supply is not the sole factor or the sole answer in solving a housing affordability problem. Clearly there's other factors impacting the supply of affordable housing. So we say that against that background it should be unsurprising to the panel that the city's initial response to the Amendment Act was that it was solving a problem that didn't exist in Hamilton and failing to address the root cause of affordability or unaffordability. I've just quoted from the MFE fact sheet, which you can read there, but the key thrust is that the Amendment Act was designed to increase supply and provide housing choice, which was somehow miraculously to manifest also in affordability. At 16, I make the point that plan-enabled supply for Hamilton was not the issue. The duplex and infill provisions and what was on offer in terms of greenfield sites like Peacock had meant that medium density supply was not a problem. Other factors, such as the lack of fully developed public infrastructure, escalating land development costs, construction costs, increasing development contribution charges and the like, were affecting housing affordability. And in that context, amendments to the RMA that addressed plan enablement seemed wide of the mark.
Can I just pick an issue up here? I mean, the Amendment Act, in actual fact, it doesn't mention affordability. That's a political spin on the activity. To what extent is affordability on our table?
You mean as a factor?
Yeah. I mean, it's not a part of either the MPSUD or the MDRS, in actual fact.
I mean, I think supply is the critical issue. I think the Act is directing you towards looking at the supply question. And I think politically the expectation is that with the supply problem being solved, so too will the affordability.
It's a heroic leap, isn't it?
It is a heroic leap, and it's one that Hamilton City doesn't necessarily follow. It doesn't see the logical relationship between the
I
two.
mean, obviously this will come up when we discuss the proposition of there being affordable housing, a qualifying matter or something.
And again, you know, I have to say, I'll signal it now. I think there's a fairly interesting scope debate to be had about those submissions that are seeking to address this very issue, affordability, and you know, whether or not there is to be provisions built into the IPI that deal with affordability questions. I think that the fundamental thrust of this part of the submission is to say that, you know, from the Hamilton City's perspective, its initial reaction, and I think it probably remains the case, that the Amendment Act to a certain extent is attempting to solve a supply problem in Hamilton that doesn't actually exist. The other concern, I think, that I want to emphasise is that, and this is the point made at paragraph 17, is that not only did the intensification directives fail to address what Hamilton City considered to be the key factors contributing to unaffordability, but it also had the potential to exacerbate an existing tension between infill development and the city's three waters network capacity. And just a bit of history at 18, where I've identified that real tension that exists between development capacity and network capacity arose in the District Plan Review of 2012, where the duplex provisions were introduced without any real network capacity analysis being done to support those provisions. And you know, coming off a base where networks were designed largely around a capacity of 16 dwellings per hectare, you can see the mismatch that was starting to emerge as those duplex provisions started to take hold in the city. And you'll see this in the evidence of Ms. Collier, and she explains that the subsequent infrastructure planning has been unable to proactively respond to the ad hoc market-led approach that delivers duplex development across the city. Infill development has occurred pepper-potted across the residential zones, incrementally and cumulatively generating a demand on the existing network and contributing to the constraints identified in the traffic light assessment and the breaches and failures in the network that are described in Ms. Collier's evidence. So in light of that existing environment and existing tension, HCC was deeply concerned that the Act introduction of the MDRS across all residential zones would exacerbate the tension and potentially lead to increased network failures and consent breaches. And that concern was underpinned by the unique factors which govern the management of the receiving environment for the city's stormwater and wastewater, being the Waikato River, which hold Hamilton City to higher standards of performance and accountability than any other city in New Zealand. And by that, I mean the vision and strategy, Te Ture Whai Mana, o Te Awa o Waikato. So at paragraph 20, I've embarked on some analysis of Te Ture Whai Mana, and you'll hear, and you will have read the evidence of Mr. Williams on Te Ture Whai Mana, so I'll leave it to him to expand on these matters as you see fit, but I just want to pick up on a couple of critical points relating to Te Ture Whai Mana. The first of which is that I note when reading the submissions that have been lodged by other parties that a lot of what I'm saying here, I don't believe there to be any serious contest over, both legally and in a planning sense. I think there is general acceptance of the propositions that I'm putting forward here, particularly that Te Ture Whai Mana is the preeminent planning instrument controlling land use activities associated with and affecting the Waikato River and its catchment. And so, and also the concept that in the event of any conflict that might exist between Te Ture Whai Mana and any NPSs, Te Ture Whai Mana prevails.
And that includes the NPSUD.
Yes, it does. Yes, indeed. Yep. So, yeah, as I say, I don't discern there to be any real quarrel with much of what I'm saying here. So the points I wanted to focus on, firstly, I think it's appropriate at paragraph 22 to actually understand what is the vision and to articulate it so that we're aware it's a vision for a future where a healthy Waikato river sustains abundant life and prosperous communities, who in turn are all responsible for restoring and protecting the health and well-being of the Waikato River and all it embraces for generations to come.
Am I right in my recollection from other hearings that the regional council is I think operating on an 80-year time frame for the realisation of its aspirations?
80?
880, I think.
Yes, yes, that's about right. Yes,
Yeah.
it is, yeah.
Okay.
And that's one of the points. I mean, there's no question that restoration and protection is a matter that is to occur over time. It's not necessarily something that needs to be delivered on day one, but there needs to be that incremental. And in fact, what I think the Environment Court in Pukekohe and in the water care application described as the proportionate response to restoration and protection. So when thinking about consents that affect the river, you don't necessarily expect that one single consent to be the answer to all of the problems, but it needs to be an answer which is proportionate to the effects and the nature of the activity. So there's a concept of proportionality. The idea, of course, being that, you know, if incrementally we build up these proportional responses over that 80-year time frame, we'll get the results that you're looking for.
So should we have in mind that sort of time frame in terms of what we're looking at? You know, obviously in a much shorter time frame, in a 10-year plan.
Well, I certainly think that that's that is a factor. But if you're looking for that for some sort of get out of jail card here, where you say, well, I'm just going to kick the can down the road, pay it forward. No, there's no way you or I will get away with that approach. It's simply, in my view, that is not giving effect to Te Ture Whai Mana. We have to think about responses in the here and now. They need to be proportionate, but they shouldn't be responses which are kicking the can down the road. And
But neither should they be responses that bring the can forward, if you like.
no, and that's the rub. What is the proportionate and appropriate response? You know, given the nature of the consented activity and the land use activity that's impacting the river, and against the context of an 80-year time frame for delivering on the vision. But if you think about that concept, there's no question that delivering on that outcome, that vision over an 80-year period, you know, where the river is safe for swimming and recreation and food gathering and so on, that might have a time frame of that nature. But avoiding adverse effects, proportionately achieving some level of betterment or restoration or protection, those are things that can happen and should happen here and now.
Yeah, I'm not meaning to imply that the council should be bound to an 80-year horizon.
No.
I'm just curious about the relationship.
No. But the point is that the restoration and protection to that final state might have that time frame, but contributions to restoration and protection and enhancement happen now and incrementally build to that outcome.
And there's no reason why council shouldn't go faster.
No.
In the context of any individual restricted discretionary application, could that proportionality ever be sort of a slight negative movement? And so like looking at something broader, you're saying, well, it's going forward, but there is some reason or some other matters to consider where an application or a set of applications within a particular area might go backwards.
I mean, that's an issue. It's interesting. That issue is starting to be engaged in terms of Plan Change 1 to the regional plan at the moment, in terms of, in other words, is it acceptable to go backwards in order to go forward? And I don't know that issue has fully played out. I suspect it might be litigated. Because I think you'll find that the guardians of the river would say, why are you borrowing our environment in this way? How is it that you think you can get to borrow and degrade our environment in the short term for some longer term gain? You should be looking for another way to deliver that long term gain without actually contributing to further degradation. So I suspect that anyone who wants to conduct a land use activity or some sort of water related activity which is sending the river and its quality, its mana and its Māori backwards in order to go forwards, has got a hard road.
Wouldn't they come up against the avoid adverse effects policy that you've got in any event? And that's a pretty strongly directive policy. So, yeah, I would imagine it's a pretty big hurdle to get over to go backwards.
Yeah, and you know, it's playing out in practical terms in debates around reasonable mixing, for example. You know, borrowing the environment in order to achieve a particular outcome which is acceptable. But there is a mixing zone, for example, which is borrowing that environment to solve the problem. So these issues are live at the moment. Paragraph 23, I've just set out section 5, which is identifying what we all know, which is the vision and strategies intended by Parliament to be the primary direction setting document for the Waikato River and activities within its catchment affecting the river. 25, I've just swept through some of the other elements of the vision and strategy which contribute to its status. C is relevant, particularly that the vision and strategy prevails over any inconsistent provision in a national policy statement. We've talked about that. D, every local authority must review and amend its district or regional plan to give effect to the vision and strategy. That's obviously the position you're in as decision makers. Paragraph 26, I've quoted from the Puki Cole decision, which my learned friend Ms. Parham was counsel in. And that was the first real articulation from the Environment Court, which really captures, you know, the concept, you know, in paragraph 86, recognising that it's a stepwise change. 87, picking up on the concept that it's, you know, there is improvement required. It's not just about managing effects. And then in 92. Again, just talking about going beyond simply avoiding effects, to say we've concluded that protection and restoration includes preservation from future and restoration from past damage. Restoration can only involve recreation of a past state, thus some element of betterment is intended. And that was then, I think, picked up most recently by the Board of Inquiry decision into the water care application, which was chaired by the Chief Environment Judge Kirkpatrick, where he cited with approval the Puki Cole decision and picked up on another point, which was really that the when you talk about the health and well-being of the river, we're not just talking about it in biophysical terms, we are talking about it also in terms of the metaphysical elements, such as its mana and Māori. And at 193 of the decision, Judge Kirkpatrick said, reading Te Ture Whaimana as the primary direction setting document for the river and activities affecting it in the context of the overarching purpose of the settlement and the principles of the Kingitanga Accord, it is clear that the health and well-being of the river, including its mana and Māori, are of paramount concern. This is reflected in the first objective, which is the restoration and protection of the health and well-being of the Waikato River. The words restoration and protection are used in many of the succeeding objectives, and even when those words are not used, the sense of the objectives is fully consistent with the first objective. This is the background to objectives which acknowledge that the river is degraded and that its water quality must be restored so that it is safe for people to swim in and take food from. So, at 29, we say that in the context of a municipal three waters network which takes and discharges to the river, these environmental objectives are highly significant No other city in Aotearoa is held to account in this way, where the standard is not simply to avoid, remedy or mitigate adverse effects on the receiving environment, but instead deliver restoration, protection from further degradation, and an overall improvement in the biophysical and metaphysical elements of that environment. You know, just make one comment there. It's, I think, probably apparent to all of you that when we talk about the Waikato River and its catchments, we're talking about the vision and strategy and the objectives associated with the vision and strategy being related to the catchment, not just the main single stem of the Waikato River. So in the context of a municipal stormwater network, where a big chunk of it is natural watercourses, overland flow paths, gullies, and so on, these are all elements of the catchment. So when we think about how the stormwater network operates, there are, you know, fundamental parts of it which are the catchment and are subject to those same requirements in terms of restoration, protection, betterment. So at paragraph 30, we start to look at Te Ture Whaimana as a qualifying matter, just one point I wanted to make at paragraph 31 was that, incidentally, it was not actually part of the list of QMs when the bill was first introduced. It took Future-Proof and Waikato and iwi to point this out to central government, that you're missing a really fundamental element of planning in the Waikato that needs to be recognised. And the Select Committee graciously included Te Ture Whaimana within the list of qualifying matters, but it took us pointing it out to get there. So then at 32, just focusing on the qualifying matter, I make the point that it's a misnomer to identify Te Ture Whaimana as the qualifying matter. The qualifying matter is a matter required to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana, and I just want to develop and explore this point because I think it's important.
Can I just ask, was that the tenor of your submission to the Select Committee, that it should be focused on a matter to give effect to?
No, it wasn't. My recollection, and when I assisted the Hamilton City and Future-Proof with it, the directive was we need to get Te Ture Whaimana recognised in this checklist. That was the job of the task. The matter element really is something that I think was introduced because it's consistent with the chapeau of the section. Yes. And we've got no quarrel with the way it ended up.
Oh no, it opens it up nicely.
Yes, it does. Yeah. So from our perspective, the way that it's reflected in the section is perfectly fine, and that's the point that I just want to develop with you, which is that when we think about the matter required to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana, I've said at paragraph 35, the matter is the relationship between residential developments which have been enabled by the district plan and the Three Waters infrastructure that's needed to service those developments so that the adverse effects are managed in a way that gives effect to Te Ture Whaimana. So the matter concerns the balance or equilibrium in the relationship between the nature, location and rate of development and the infrastructure which services the development. And there's three key components that I want to highlight. The first is obviously the nature, location and rate of development that's enabled under the district plan. The second is the extent of the corresponding and available planned Three Waters infrastructure. And then finally there's the question of how the city manages the connections between development and the network. And for the relationship to be balanced, development must be enabled in a manner that reflects the available and planned capacity in the network, and where capacity constraints exist, either the development is not consented or the connections policy must hold back the development connection to the network until the capacity is available. All parts of the relationship need to work in sync, and for example, if development is enabled and connected to the networks at a rate that is beyond the existing infrastructure capacity, wastewater and stormwater overflows and network breaches will occur. These outcomes produce adverse biophysical and cultural effects on the river, which directly contravene the vision and strategy. And And again, by river, I also mean its catchment, and by catchment, I mean parts of the stormwater network. So to maintain the balance in the relationship, the ODP must direct appropriately designed residential intensification into areas where network capacity exists or where infrastructure upgrades are planned and funded, and the city's Three Waters Connections policy must then control when the connections to that infrastructure are made. As Ms. Collier explains, HCC does not have the financial capability to implement an infrastructure investment program which upgrades and improves its existing networks to the point where they each have the capacity to manage all of the additional market feasible demand likely to arise from an unfettered and widespread rollout of MDRS throughout the residential zones as directed under the Act. However, as we know, the Amendment Act allows HCC to make the MDRS and Policy 3 provisions less enabling if it's necessary to accommodate a matter required to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana. The HCC strategic planning indicates that the matter can be accommodated by modification of the MDRS and Policy 3 enabled densities, and we target areas of increased density and then enable HCC to prioritise the limited infrastructure program funding that it has to those areas, along with those existing areas with unacceptable levels of service. And then for intensification outside of these targeted areas, the Three Waters capacity assessment will be required for development beyond 3 units per site. And these actions, in combination with HCC also implementing a more robust connections regime, will create the necessary balance in the relationship and will assist the city to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana. I won't read this next section, which is a snapshot of the existing infrastructure. You can, I'm sure, ask Ms. Collier questions about the network. I just do want to skip just quickly to paragraph 55 and make the point that in many of the cities' three water systems, the design standards and approaches don't reflect current requirements, and the capacity of these networks are based on lower densities than current requirements. They've not been designed to service current plan-enabled capacity, and nor those anticipated through the NPSUD and MDRS, whether that's based on commercially feasible or theoretically enabled. It doesn't matter, the capacity is just simply not there. For example, the stormwater networks in Hamilton up until around the early 2000s were designed purely for drainage purposes. No or minimal treatment was considered necessary. Impervious assumptions reflected land use up until that time, the 16 dwellings per hectare, and rainfall assumptions did not consider the impacts of climate change. These designs now produce reduced levels of service and impacts that are no longer acceptable and require significant retrospective investment in order to achieve consent compliance and restoration and protection of the Waikato River. The water and wastewater reticulation and distribution networks were designed and installed to service development densities typical of the time, again based on the 16 dwellings per hectare. Wastewater networks were designed to convey peak wet weather events up to a certain return period, certainly not the one we've just seen, beyond which they were designed to overflow into the stormwater system and the receiving environment. And in light of densities well exceeding the design assumptions, these intended rare events are now commonplace and have on occasion resulted in regulatory action. In addition, the anticipated impacts of climate change are now better understood, and catchment planning and infrastructure investment should provide for more resilient communities through land use decisions that avoid creating or exacerbating natural hazards, particularly flooding. If I just skip then to 62, we do have the traffic light assessment, or TLA, that you'll be familiar with by now. So that's really the fairly detailed piece of work that Hamilton City Council undertook in order to assess the capacity in its Three Waters network. And again, it's included at Appendix 3.5 to the Section 32 report, and is something that you can spend time examining Ms. Collier on in terms of the detail of the traffic light assessment.
Just a query on that one. Is that something that we should do now, or something that we should do when we get to the substantive hearing?
Probably a little bit of both. I mean, I think it would be helpful for you to understand the methodology and inputs and the approach that was taken and the fundamental conclusions that it produced for Hamilton City in terms of network capacity. But I suspect that in the time that we've got, it feels like a forensic examination is a September job.
Good, thank you.
I just want to now move forward. I'm conscious of time, and I don't want to unnecessarily take up more than I need to. The HCC response to the Amendment Act, obviously there was a series of QMs that were deployed. Some are relatively uncontroversial and fairly limited in their reach. At paragraph 65, I've given the example of one that related to the national grid and just simply setbacks relating to where you can build close to the grid. I would have thought relatively uncontroversial.
Well, unless you've got land close by. Yes.
Yeah, well, that's right. I noticed there was a note that came through, I think, from Transpower, signalling generally pretty happy with the direction of travel, so I think we've probably got that right. At 67, I've explained the approach that's been taken in terms of Te Ture Whaimana and the response to it. And I think this should be familiar, I'm sure, to the panel, but basically what the city has done is it's identified a priority area which it describes as stage 1, which is the CBD, the walkable catchment, and just north of the CBD as a priority area where it wants to really direct intensification. And this is the reflects the fundamental strategy that if it has to deal with increased densities across the board in an ad hoc, pepper-potted manner, it can't keep up with the infrastructure investment that's necessary to get ahead of that. So it wants to target intensification, and it targets it into the stage 1 area, which is the blue area in the far left-hand map there. So that's the area of stage 1, and that's where it wants to direct intensification, and it wants to construct an infrastructure investment program which it reflects that. And then the other thing you'll see is outside of the stage 1 area in what is that? Is that peach? I don't know. That's the infrastructure overlay that you see there. So that is the overlay across fairly substantial parts of the brownfields areas of Hamilton City's residential zones, and that's where there is a degree of control over what you can do. Now, there's a couple of points I want to make about the overlay. The first is this is not an instrument which is just saying no to intensification carte blanche. It does, in fact, enable, in terms of the Hamilton's IPI, it does enable the 3x3 per lot as a permitted activity. It's only when you go beyond that well, I'll qualify that in a second, but it's basically when you go beyond 3 per site that you engage in the constraints that the overlay imposes, which are largely around assessments of Three Waters capacity. So I think on that point, I might just...
Can I just, is there a stage 2? I mean, is there a future spatial assessment done that would be helpful in terms, again, of looking beyond the 10-year horizon to the next 10-year horizon?
I mean, look, the short answer to your point is no. There have been area plan investigations undertaken. Incidentally, before the Amendment Act, Hamilton City was engaging in its own intensification investigations, and it was starting to develop area plans around the city where it might look to intensify. And those areas extend into the Peach overlay area. But that has been parked because of the urgency of dealing with the Amendment Act. And so the PC12 response to the Amendment Act, of course, is let's just deal with stage 1 and get the overlay imposed. and then we'll look at what a next focused area might look like. Bearing in mind, of course, that underneath that overlay, there is also high density and medium density zoning that's being introduced to reflect Policy 3 around the suburban centres. That map there is the map. You can't see it now, but if you have a look at it at some stage over the break, if you compare that map with that, what you'll see is some additional areas of high density and medium density zoning being introduced in and around some of the main suburban centres. The main suburban centres you can see on that map are a sort of a dark blue. And so if your eye is drawn to the dark blue, it will take you to where those new medium and high density zones are. So it's not just about stage 1 and the city is turned off at all. It's stage 1, that's where we want to direct the investment and the density, and then across the overlay we're still allowing 3x3 as permitted activities, and we're also introducing medium and high density into areas in and around centres. So it's not as if the tap's been turned off at all.
Yeah. I mean, back in my mind, of course, is that we're also dealing with a 10-year plan, and that we need, well,
Yep.
I certainly want to bear that in mind, what's achievable. I mean, a lot of what you've been telling us today is really, I guess, inviting us to take a real-world approach to this matter, not an artificial world approach.
Absolutely. I mean, that captures it perfectly. Yes. Don't do a Wellington. By Wellington, I mean.
Unlikely I'd ever do a Wellington, but that's another matter.
Not Wellington. Yes. So just if I move through just quickly again, conscious of time, I just want to say something very quickly about flood hazards at paragraph 73. This is an evolving QM. So the current level of QMs that are identified in PC12 for Hamilton City reflects the existing flood hazard mapping in the ODP. That is woefully inadequate in terms of a full reflection of flood hazards. And in fact, consenting at the moment doesn't simply rely on what's been mapped in the ODP. There is another additional process which is more real world. The intention of HCC is to actually catch up with the most up-to-date flood hazard mapping work that's been done. The expectation is that by about mid this year, it will have 95% of the city properly mapped in terms of flood hazard, and it will then introduce a plan change which will bring the district plan up to speed with the mapping. Incidentally, and I won't get into the detail now, but it's going to take a slightly different approach. It's going to take the Auckland approach, which is not to have the map locked in as a moment in time. It's going to have rules and an assessment framework which is locked in, but it refers you to a flood assessment model which can evolve over time, which means that as better information starts to come out, you're not dealing with what we are at the moment, which is an out-of-date district plan. Yeah. So that's plan change which is coming. It's expected to be notified by Hamilton City hopefully mid-year, and the expectation is that by the time you get to September substantive hearing, there will be an evolved set of QMs relating to flood hazards which will reflect the up-to-date work that's been done. And I'll be relying on the flexibility that you have as a panel in terms of matters that are identified in hearings, not just in submissions, to actually evolve the QM response to flood hazards.
You're alarming me even more. That go back to your natural justice argument there. That's going to have to be put out for comment, I would suspect.
Yes, it will. But we will have the notified version of the flood hazard plan change. It will be notified before we get to September. But I agree, there's complexities all around. But what do you do? Do we ignore the fact that we've got more up-to-date flood information and just proceed with PC12 and pretend it doesn't exist? No. We have to deal with it.
Okay.
Well, that's my submission.
I mean, a couple of us are familiar with that technique because, of course, Tauranga did the same thing with respect to it, and we were involved in that hearing. So,
So that's that. The other complexity procedurally I just wanted to highlight was obviously the approach that's been taken to HHAs, which again have been identified as qualifying matters in PC12, and there is a contest to be had over which of those HHAs survives the Plan Change 9 process, and therefore is reflected in where you get to on 12. This, I think, is one of those procedural issues that we need to wrestle with at the end of this hearing. You'll see in my submissions I've noted that some of the parties that were interested in heritage have raised this relationship. And so figuring out how we're going to sequence and deal with decision making on HHAs in 9 and how it then reflects itself in 12 is a knotty procedural issue that we're going to have to figure out.
Yeah. Fortunately, PC9 will be on the normal time track, so that might help.
Yep. At 83, just sort of quickly finish off, I've just identified in paragraph 83 through 89 the consenting pathway for activities within the overlay, and I've described that, but I've also attached as an appendix a flowchart at the back of the submissions. I might just very quickly take you to this, because one thing we probably don't do much of is actually looking at the plan provisions. But I think in light of the conversation that we just had about the mapping, I would like to just illustrate how this might work in terms of a consenting pathway. So if we go to the back of my legal submissions, you'll see the flowchart. And this is, for example, in the general residential area. So in the second to bottom box, if you are 1 to 3 residential units per site, you are a permitted activity, and you can see you drop down, and the question becomes, but are you sitting within an infrastructure overlay? Now let's imagine you are. There is a test to determine whether or not you're creating 4 or more additional residential units. Clearly you won't be, because you're 3. Are you creating 4 or more additional allotments? Again, no, because you're only 3. But there is an average net density of no more than 1 per 200 metres. But provided you meet that test, you can see you remain a permitted activity, and you then simply need to meet your performance standards in box 7 on the left-hand side. And away you go. There is a permitted activity consenting pathway for 3x3 in the overlay. But you can see how you could potentially be caught as a permitted activity if you don't hit that minimum lot size. And then probably just to illustrate the other side of the consenting pathway, let's imagine you aren't 3x3 and that you're wanting 4 or 5 or something. You would you're obviously at that point you're a restricted discretionary activity. Again, if you're in the overlay, you will then be taken to a 3 waters assessment, and it's worth, again, just to navigate the plan, I think it's worth taking you to that. So in volume 2 of the hard copy, you go in, it's the information requirements where, I'm not quite sure if your numbering is the same as mine. I'm in section 1.2, information requirements. So it's the second section in that bundle. Got it? Yeah. If you go through to page 11 of the document, you'll get to section 1.2.25a, and that's the 3 waters capacity assessment. So this is what, if you look at that, and on page 12 and 13, you get a sense of what a developer would be required to undertake in terms of a 3 waters capacity assessment. and there's a checklist of things that you have to consider, including, you'll see at Roman 2, council confirmation of available Three Waters infrastructure capacity, and then in 3, where there's insufficient capacity, details of effectively how you can overcome the problem. So there's a fairly comprehensive checklist, and that checklist, that assessment that you have to undertake is then reflected in the assessment criteria, which again, if you just go through to the next section, probably about another half a centimetre of pages into 1.3 assessment criteria. If you get to page 39 of 63, you'll see J9 assessment, and that's your assessment criteria for restricted discretionary activities, and you can see it generally speaking reflects the kind of assessment that's been undertaken in the Three Waters assessment. So the rule directs you to undertake the assessment that I've just pointed you to, and then when the decision makers are applying the matters of discretion, you can see at J9 they're asking all the sorts of questions that the assessment will have answered. So that's how it sort of hangs together.
I mean, we're probably diving into a bit of detail, but just in that pink area, which is what you're referring to here, I mean, wouldn't it be the case quite quickly where, you know, an application was run through these criteria and the answer was, you know, no, that would then become pretty well known. So, and then the person next door has a crack at it, it's going to be no as well, isn't it? So isn't it going to become pretty obvious that some areas you might get by just given the nature of the network in that place, other areas it's not going to be?
Yes, I think that's an astute observation. I think the market will be very interested in where developers are getting through, and in a spatial sense, and where they're not. And I think you will start to see development starting to agglomerate around those areas where they think they've got an easier ride through the assessment criteria, and they'll also see the no-go zone. So it will become sort of self-regulating to an extent. Yeah, it'll until of course capacity is exhausted in those areas, and eventually someone is told no, and then again the market will probably pretty quickly realise that they need to find a new spot. But that's exactly how I think it would play out. But the point is, and this is the point that we make in terms of responding to the Kaingoura submission, is that that's a far better outcome than the alternative, which is that development just goes everywhere across that area, based on market forces which aren't related to capacity. They might just be, you know, site prices, affordability, I don't know, it could be any range of things that drive the market, and it's just being pepper potted. And this is the problem that council is concerned with. It's that there's just this pepper potted distribution of intensification into areas where the network can't cope, and then it's playing catch up. It's just constantly playing catch up in terms of infrastructure provision. It can't plan a network on that basis. So what it wants to do is control the rate of development and the spatial extent of development, direct intensification into areas where it's already starting to plan infrastructure for, and be more targeted in its approach.
I mean, the pepper potting you talked about is sort of what's happening now already under the duplex.
Yes, it is, and might I say, will continue to occur under the 3x3 permitted pathway that I've just described for you. You know, and I think it's probably, you know, no surprise to anyone here that there are certain submitters that would say that even that feels risky and uncomfortable. And I can tell you now that there are people within the Hamilton City infrastructure team that you know, are concerned about what it might lead to. So you know, it's a concern, not just that you know, what we're doing here is, you know, from someone like Kaingoura's perspective, been overly restrictive, but I think there are other submitters and other interest groups that would say we're actually concerned that you might have been too relaxed.
Yeah, and certainly in terms of your earlier discussion about the need for betterment and not stepping backwards, I guess that's something which we're going to have to look very carefully at as to whether we agree with you that 3x3 permitted is going to meet the TTW expectations.
Right.
And I guess we get to that in the substantives.
We will. I think I'll probably wrap it up here because in the rest of the submissions I've responded and sort of captured what I think is the key matters that have been raised by the submissions, and at the end of the submissions I've tried to pull out what I think are the sort of the critical procedural issues, because that's ultimately what we're concerned with right now. So if I just go to paragraph 132, I think dropping out of the Waikato Heritage Group, Niall Baker, Frankton Environmental, I think it's Residents Group, and Deborah Fisher, I think that the key things that we need to be focused on in responding to those submitters is this relationship between PC9 and PC12, and how best to manage the relationship and see if we can achieve some form of integrated decision making between the two plan changes. So that's a critical issue for determination there. I think there was, out of the Regional Council submission, not too much, except the themes and issue report did raise a procedural question around scope and whether some of the climate change provisions and observations that Regional Council had identified were within scope. So we need to return to that question when we have the scope discussion. With the Ryman matter, I think there's just a scope question there as to how much of what the Retirement Village Association and Ryman are after here is in fact an IPI matter, and how much of it would actually sit outside of the Amendment Act and the purview of the Amendment Act. And then Kaingaora, I think there's a lot to be said about the Kaingaora approach, obviously, and we will in due course engage with it. But I just think in terms of the practical issues that drop out of it, I think when we get to substantive hearing, I'm suggesting that you might want to give consideration to, is there an initial outset hearing period which is just dedicated to hardcore infrastructure, engineering, information and evidence? Do we just get that dealt with, without legal submissions or anything else, just hear some evidence about infrastructure, and then move to obviously determining the overlay and whether it's appropriate, whether or not the response to PC12 is appropriate, to Policy 3 is appropriate and proportionate, and then also testing the HHAs in PC9. And the only other thing I think that probably drops out of that also is the discrete topic of financial contributions and whether FCs is appropriately dealt with just as a topic. So I'll leave it there, only to say, I think just in closing, that I feel that it's the PC12, I think, is lending itself to a topic-based approach, and just picking up on your comment before about perhaps before we get into the procedural discussion on Friday next, getting some kind of draft, at least an idea that we can use as a talking point. I'm happy to do some work on what I think might be an appropriate topic-based approach, and also weave in some timing considerations in terms of sequencing and so on. I'll stop unless there's questions.
Just one. The rest of my questions are more related to the substantive, but this may be as well. But in terms of the qualifying matters in the submissions, you went through and talked briefly about the Transpower and the National Grid being uncontroversial. I noted from Fonterra's submissions that they were seeking a similar recognition as a qualifying matter for regionally significant facilities. wondered if you will be addressing us on that at any point.
I will, yes.
Yeah.
My initial submission is nice try.
I just had one question of clarification. I think it's my own confusion. Back at paragraph 80, where you talk about HHAs fall under section 6, the rules pertaining to these have immediate legal effect from notification, and referring to 77K and Q.
Yep.
When I read 77K2, it said, to avoid doubt, existing qualifying matters included in the IPI do not have immediate legal effect from notification, but continue to have effect under the operative plan. So do they have immediate legal effect or not?
You mean in terms of under PC9? As a section 6 matter?
So under PC9, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's in play now, so they have immediate legal effect. Yep.
Although, can I just say that I think there's a point that Kaingora make which suggests that given I mean, they challenge obviously the status of the HHAs and say, I mean, a thrust of their submission really is that it's too early in the plan making of PC9 to give the 32 HHAs that are identified in PC9 the kind of weight that we would suggest you give them in PC12. So I think there's a debate to be had about that, but again, it's probably something that comes back to the timing and when you might make decisions on HHAs. I think as you move through PC9, it may be, I might be too ambitious in thinking that there could be decisions on HHAs by September. I'm not sure.
I'm not moving my lips or anything.
Yeah, but questions around timing of decisions and as you move through PC9, I think will be relevant to how you treat those HHAs in 12.
All right, thank you. Oh, down here.
Thank you. Appreciate the careful questions. Can I then call Mr. Williams to give evidence, please? Where are you coming from? Oh, I think it was on. I think everything was on.
You're like that guy that's got mute on Zoom meetings. Morena koutou, o tahi nei ka me ki taka poa muna o tāna karakia me ino e ki tā tātou atua ki Rongorawa. Tira ki Tiamana, tēnā koe Dave, tira ki a koutou katoa, hoki ki a koe ai Wiki, ai tautoko ana tō mihi whakautu ki a mātou i tēnei ana. O reira, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Julian Williams tōku ingoa, ko Waikato te iwi, ko Ngāti Makirangi te hapu, Waiti manga piko me hoi o tānui hoku marae. I tipu ana hau kei ngaro o Waihia, kei wainga nui ngā awa e rua ko Waikato me Waipa hoki. Orena. Just a quick acknowledgement to my friend Muna for opening up our hearing today and acknowledging David as our chair and especially to Vicky for your response. Greatly appreciated. I have many whānau, moana and marsh whānau up in Pukekohe and Waiuku. I hope that doesn't affect my kōrero. If I might, I take it that my evidence has been read, but I'd like to just maybe take 2 or 3 minutes just to give a quick overview and kind of break off into a little bit of a story. So yeah, I grew up in Ngaroa Waihi in between the Waikato and Waipa rivers, so she is absolutely an ancestor to me, and I have responsibilities to her. And so my focus when I went to university, whilst it says resource environmental planning, my disclaimer is I'm not a planner, but that led me to my task of wanting to become a kaitiaki for my awa, in particular from the teachings of my mum, to take care of her. And from there, I started, I began work with Waikato Tainui, Waihi Whānui Trust in Huntly, but at Waikato Tainui in 2003, we were asked to come back and help with the negotiations of the Waikato River settlement. So the Waikato River settlement, and what you'll see in the first half of the evidence, is a lot of context around the treaty settlements, in particular its importance and its impact. Hamilton City asked me to come on and help with the engagement with mana whenua groups here in Kirikiriroa and the Waikato Iwi Authority. And we worked through the proposed plan changes, in particular to understand what their expectations are. And I think it refers to the question we had, like, you know, are there some negative potential impacts, you know, at the start? And usually there are. And when I hear from the mana whenua groups, there will always be negative issues that are unresolved because they didn't get a chance to designate where the wastewater treatment plant should go, where conveyance piping should go. And so there will always be that little issue that's unresolved. But they're quite clear that for new applications that we can deal with that now, as long as you promise to do better and create some betterment and koha for the activity. Going back to the settlement, so Hamilton City sits wholly inside the confiscation boundary, which means it's subject to two major settlements, the Waikato Raupatu settlement 1995 for the confiscation of lands, and in there Hamilton City, Waikato and Waipa aim to address things like the return of land. I riro whenua atu me hoki whenua mai. As land was taken, land should be returned. So there are some schedules that the councils are dealing with for land acquisition and disposal to help them, I suppose, fulfill their responsibilities to the 1995 settlement. In the Waikato River settlement, what the tribe and we were aiming to do there is probably respond to some fundamental issues around lack of decision making for iwi in policy and planning. In particular, that there was no overall approach for 20 pieces of legislation that dictated how activities should be managed or the rules applied to those activities within the catchment. And a general mamai or pain from all of the hapu and marae up and down the awa, including the Waipa, that she is becoming sick. And as an ancestor, as a mother, you should be going to visit her as often as possible. Not so much to ask for help, but we do that with our mothers anyway, even when they're unwell, but to heal her. And so to achieve that, and in response to a lot of other things that were happening nationally, the foreshore seabed, fear around ownership, you know, Waikato Tainui took leadership in this approach to put purely at the forefront of all decision making the health and well-being of the river. So over maybe 2007 to 2010, a draft overarching purpose or a draft vision was created to restore and protect the health and well-being of the Waikato River, and all it embraces, quite a key part that's generally missed, for future generations. And about taking responsibility for today's actions so our kids don't have to bear that burden. And sectors and industry agreed with that approach as an overarching purpose to influence those 20 pieces of legislation. But to be effective, we needed probably three things. We needed Te Ture Whaimana to be the primary direction setting document, which means to have teeth. That was the regulatory approach. So we had policy, then we also had projects on the other side. So how do we encourage those that are doing well through funding? And the $210 million fund was negotiated to be distributed over 30 years. Hamilton City, Waipa and Waikato benefit from some of that fund to restore gullies, lakes, streams, etc., wahi tapu. So we have policies and projects, but bringing all of that together was about partnerships. So the establishment of the River Authority and multiple tools for Waikato Tainui, for joint management agreements, ministerial accords, was all about bringing all of these groups that have a responsibility to our awa into one table so that we can contribute through whatever resources we have, keeping Crown accountable, keeping councils accountable to their responsibilities to the awa. And the terms restoration and protection were purposeful and intentionally chosen because avoid, remedy and mitigate didn't quite cut it. There was no betterment in there. It was quite a set standard, creating balance, but we wanted to see more over and above avoid, remedy and mitigate. And so restoration and protection, we think is a bit more positive. You can do that, but not at the detriment of our awa. And what are you going to give back to help us move forward? So they were purposefully chosen, and a quick story, those two words were negotiated with Office of Treaty Settlements for 2 days. They wanted maintain and improve. Yeah. Not much movement there. And so I acknowledge that you've mentioned 80-year goal already, so we have 67 or so years to go. Noting that it's a long-term approach, recognising that we won't see the benefits from all of our collaborative work until later, through the lag, soils, nutrients, waters running through our lands. So I think I just wanted to make that clear. Those 2 words were very intentional and purposeful. But Te Ture Whaimana wasn't just about policy and regulatory arrangements to give people a smack if they weren't doing something right, or to encourage it through regulation. A lot of it was about changing the mindsets, getting people to put the river at the forefront of their thinking, and I think that's reflected in the submissions and evidence that we've seen. You know, the lack of opposition to Te Ture Whaimana, and in fact, in few hui we've been to lately, before I get to talk about the vision and strategy, half of the group has already mentioned it. So I think that's quite a good indicator of success so far. It's about changing that mindset. In this process, the River Iwi, the Waikato Tainui and the Mana Whenua groups have been involved in hui and provided reports, and now we're starting to see assessments against the various objectives of Te Ture Whaimana be considered against multiple activities, including PC12 and PC9. So I just wanted to touch on those points, that Hamilton City is in a unique position, wholly inside the 2 very big settlements at the forefront of turning land and also the restoration of our awa. And I think what's also important is that the iwi are in a position to respond to some of these, and are now building our capability and capacity to be involved and absolutely influence decision on the backs of Te Ture Whaimana. That was longer than I was expecting to talk, but just wanted to share those points. I'm happy to take any questions.
E te tuatahi, tēnā koe I tō mihi mai tātou, mihi mai mātou I te ata nei. So don't really have any questions other than you talked about at the start of your kōrero about how there were issues that were likely to continue to arise because Waikato Tainui hadn't had input into the location of the various existing wastewater treatment stations, etc., etc. Do you see the approach that is being taken through this and having that infrastructure overlay and having an assessment process as a means or a method for which you can then provide input for any future upgrades and things going forward? Is that?
Yeah, with this plan change, I think is probably one of the most heavily involved. I've seen iwi contribute to in Mana Whenua, and there are some retrospective issues that won't be resolved through this plan change, but it's absolutely a stepping stone to achieving Te Ture Whaimana, or at least various objectives under Te Ture Whaimana, which as a collective will then help us achieve that. I see it more as a stepping stone. Does it achieve the vision? No. But it moves us closer to that pathway, and some things we may not see because of technological advances and stuff till later on. Doesn't achieve it, but it's definitely a positive step towards achieving the vision. Yeah.
So the submission of the Waikato River Authority's sort of a conditional support for the plan change, would that be a fair summary? Or?
Yeah, I don't think anyone's brave enough to say that it's absolutely correct, 100%, because a lot of that's driven by the Mana Whenua relationship with the awa and fulfilling that. Kia ora.
Good morning, Mr. Williams. Thank you for your kōrero. My question relates to stormwater in particular. From my reading of the information that's been put before us, there's a lot of work to do by Hamilton City in stormwater to get to achieving Te Ture Whaimana requirements. And some of the submissions we've seen say that there should be more options considered in achieving Te Ture Whaimana for stormwater in particular. And I've just got a question for you on that. I mean, do you see mechanisms such as financial contributions as an example, possibly being used to contribute to the bigger pile or the work that Hamilton City's doing generally for retrofitting or improving stormwater quality for the whole city, thinking particularly, say, redevelopment in brownfield areas in terms of dealing with that rather than greenfield, which is probably a bit more easy to deal with.
So on my ideal, no way of achieving probably te mana o te awa under the settlement, or nationally te mana o te wai, is pretty high. I think when it comes to stormwater, the responses from iwi, in particular mana whenua, are not overly positive. You know, we're having a lot of overflows over the last few weeks in particular, and it's creating some form of degradation to the awa. But to support that, until we get to a position where we can respect water from where it's created before it hits the awa, what we're starting to see is, okay, physically and technically, we can't yet provide for the transfer of water from one place to another safely without impacting wāhi tapu and sites, and getting to the awa in a state that is acceptable, that we can underlie this through our tikanga practices. So there's some things we're starting to see applied now. So for overflows, in particular important and significant places, we're applying rahui. We're seeing our whānau going down to do karakia and prayer to whakanoa or make that place better, and not, you know, spiritually and culturally, provide spiritual and cultural enhancement, as well as the council being responsible for the environmental improvements of these spaces. Again, I think it's a stepping stone. We've got a very high bar of what stormwater conveyance and treatment should look like. And so for now, it's a stepping stone. Yeah, ka wai. But I suppose to protect us, our cultural aspirations, we will apply our tikanga into these spaces until such time we're satisfied. Kia ora.
Just one question, thank you, Mr. Williams. So in terms of a feedback loop to Waikato Tainui, how often do you measure the progress towards the 80-year goal?
So that's a multi-pronged approach where probably the Waikato River Authority would take responsibility for the overall catchment, noting Hamilton sitting in the middle of impacts happening upstream. So there's regular opportunities there through the appointments of members from each of the iwi, and there's a bi-monthly hui. Locally, each of the units within Hamilton City take responsibility for their own engagement with the mana whenua groups and the iwi authority, and that's on top of project-specific engagement. And then there would be Hamilton City Council would utilise, I think it's twice or 3 times a year, their joint committee meetings to provide monitoring and responses to how they're achieving the objectives of Te Ture Whai Mana to Waikato Tainui directly. Yeah. They use a joint management agreement approach.
Okay. And obviously within that there's a framework of technical things that are examined.
The framework's evolving, yeah. Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Mr. Williams, it seems to me that the critical point is in your paragraph 94, which is where you state that Council can't successfully give effect to TGW if it allows MDRS to prevail across residents without first ensuring that all adverse effects, etc. As a principal statement, that's fine. I guess my question is whether in actual fact you've considered whether in actual fact the MDRS that's being proposed by Hamilton City in actual fact can do that within the Three Waters infrastructure. And I guess I'm thinking about just the earlier exchange we had and with Ms. Collier we're about to have, which is of course when the current consents, the Three Water consents, are all up for grabs. We know the standards and requirements are going to change, and they're going to probably change quite appreciably. Do you have any concern that in actual fact the horse may have bolted by that stage with PC12?
So I probably, fight with myself to say no because of the responsibility to the awa. I do understand how hard it's going to be, but I'll continue to push that I think this is a success, as a stepping stone to achieving a full outcome. So I don't think, and the river settlement was about the iwi taking responsibility for the awa, and so what do they call this? Probably an internal fight with myself that I don't believe the horse has bolted. I think we still have a chance.
Okay, thank you. And not part of your evidence, but I just wonder, obviously Waikato and Waipa are also relevant in terms of your concerns. Just any comments that you have with respect to the way that those are being handled?
I think Waikato and Waipa have the same opportunities afforded to them under Te Ture Whaimana and the river settlements to directly seek direction, I suppose, from Waikato Tainui and all of the mana whenua groups. I've also been involved in some southern wastewater projects and comprehensive stormwater consents in the Waipa, and seeing how groups like Ngāwi Tōpua Waipa are involved in elevating their expectations into decision making. So on that, I think if Hamilton's going to lead in this space, then other councils should see that lead and follow.
All right, thank you. That's very helpful.
I'm not sure if it would be for you or for Lachlan or jointly, but in terms of the tests and things that need to guide us, obviously their place in the law of tikanga is evolving, and I'm interested to know whether or not outside of the legislative directives we've got in terms of Te Ture Whaimana, is there any tikanga that we should be aware of from a Waikato Tainui perspective to guide our decision making, or is it already encapsulated in the legislation that's before us? I guess that's my question. I know Lachlan's taking a note, but if you've got any thoughts on that as well.
Again, I think that there's an evolving discussion between Waikato Tainui and directly with their councils. And it'd be welcomed, I suppose. Yeah, but I think there is. I think that's happening.
No. I was just going to make the comment that I think that there certainly is, and I think that was reflected in what Judge Kirkpatrick had to say in the water care inquiry, where he talked about thinking about effects on the river, not just in biophysical terms, but also metaphysical terms. Because I think it would be very easy, for example, to think about a small stormwater breach or a wastewater breach somewhere up in the network, not necessarily on the main stem of the river, but out in the burbs of Hamilton or whatever, and think about that just in biophysical terms and say, well, it was short-lived and brief and didn't seem to matter. In metaphysical terms, it matters plenty, and I think that there's a different way to approach effects here, and I think you need to be aware of that when thinking about what a breach of the network actually looks like. It's not just the biophysical.
Are there any assessment criteria? Mr. Williams before was talking about the steps that Waikato Tainui take to whakanoa to make sure that the area is culturally safe. But once there's been breaches, are there any assessment criteria, or should there be any assessment criteria in some of those assessments to ensure that are those practices considerations? Do they need to be? Are they permitted activities? How is that sort of interrelationship? Just interested. You don't need to answer right now, but it sort of came to me.
No, well, I mean, the only answer I'll give at the moment is I think that's a very good observation. I don't know that for example, the assessment criteria and some of the work that has been embedded in the district plan in terms of the checklists necessarily reflects that. I suspect that a lot of that is picked up through the JMA and the partnership and the relationship between Hamilton City and iwi in terms of how you might respond to breach. But I don't know that it's necessarily embedded in the plan, so something to reflect on, yes.
Not that I'm aware of. Currently relies on the strong relationships that council will have with mana whenua, and they're informed immediately of any breaches, and then they'll determine what's the most appropriate form of tikanga to apply, but nothing's written down. When it comes to specific activities or developments, generally there are attached protocols, your usual discovery protocols, taonga protocols, and application of tikanga if required.
And I guess that's to, you know, also reflect the fact that tikanga can evolve and change, and so you don't want to necessarily embed into the plan a certain process which might not, you know, be the appropriate process in the future as well, given the 10-year lifespan.
That's right. Especially when there's multiple mana whenua groups to consider.
All right, thank you, Mr. Williams. We might take a 20-minute break now and resume at 11:20. Thank you.
City Planning Manager, Dr. Davies' telephone almost caught on fire at some stage during the preceding presentation when I mentioned that PC14, the flood plan change, was going to be notified before September this year. Apparently he was inundated with panicked emails from his team saying, no, it's not.
Right.
I'm told it's 2024 for notification, but there will be, the flood view information that I referred to, the updated information, will be at 95%, I think, coverage by September of this year, and will have been socialised with the community through various consultation steps. But the notification itself will be later. And Mr. Davey can clarify anything more on that you need.
Right, okay, thank you for that. And I guess we'll just have to worry about the implications of all of that in September, so that's fine.
And with that, I will call Ms. Collier.
Thank you, Ms. Collier. Welcome.
Tēnā tātou. Ko tēnā koutou katoa, ko Jackie Collier tōku ingoa, e uri ahau o Waikato me Ngāti Mahuta hoki. He kai whakahaere te puna rautaki wai ahau o te kaunihera o Kirikiriroa. Kia ora. My name's Jackie Collier. I will mention from the outset that I am a descendant of Waikato and Ngāti Mahuta. And as noted in my evidence, despite a range of other roles that I perform and positions that I hold, my evidence is confined to the matters within my professional expertise and is given on behalf of Hamilton City Council.
Yeah.
That does not represent the views of Te Whakakitenga o Waikato or the Waikato River Authority. So I propose just to take my evidence as read, and go straight to questions. But before we do that, if it's okay, I thought I might round off some of the answers that were given to some questions that were asked of Mr. Williams. So there was a question regarding mana whenua's involvement in developing Plan Change 12 and that feedback loop that does or doesn't occur. And so I just wanted to add that the traffic light assessment work has involved mana whenua and Waikato Tainui to quite some degree. The method and the criteria and the way that we've tried to align those criteria against Te Ture Whai Mana has been a core part of the approach that we've taken. And they're aware of the outputs of the traffic light assessment. And at a more operational level, the way that we approach our work in Three Waters and across the organisation is really moving into one of partnership. So not only for these planning type processes, but for specific projects, we are co-designing and delivering a lot of those projects together, including in the Three Waters space. So I just wanted to add that. Specifically, we do have some conditions that require us to engage with mana whenua and Waikato Tainui in relation to Three Waters, but that's sort of really an aside to the practice that we've adopted at Hamilton City. There was also a question around whether options like financial contributions might be appropriate to address the stormwater treatment gap, particularly in brownfields. And I think the issue with that approach is really the continued degradation of the receiving environment and impacts on the mana and mauri of the waterway while that adequate funding is being collected. And I guess it relies on sufficient funding eventually being collected to actually implement that stormwater treatment or improvement. So that's one of the issues with the FC's approach to addressing things like brownfields water quality improvement. There was also a comment or question raised around the role of tikanga in our practice, and I'm not sure if it is completely relevant to this planning process, but I did just want to mention a very recent example where Waikato Tainui and specifically mana whenua of Hamilton have applied rahui where wastewater overflows have occurred in the Mangako Tukutuku catchment. And that rahui was applied on their terms, and was only lifted when they felt it was safe to do so. And that was really irrespective of water quality results. And I think it just reinforces the statements from Mr. Williams and Mr. Muldowney around the metaphysical elements of being really important in terms of the impacts that our activities might have on our waterways as opposed to purely biophysical. So with that, I'm happy to just take questions.
Just following up on one thing there. So that the rahui on Waikato Tukutuku, is that a rahui on further development?
No, the rahui was placed as a method of protecting the people, really. There was a pipe failure and a number of wastewater overflows occurring in that catchment. And the Mangako Tukutuku, this particular catchment, is one of the most constrained across the city in terms of wastewater capacity. So there were ongoing wastewater overflows, and as a mechanism of protecting people, mana whenua chose to employ rahui as a mechanism of really ensuring that people didn't go into, touch, or really, so they avoided that waterway. And it was quite a long stretch. It was from the point of discharge all the way through to the Waikato River.
Thank you.
Was it the rahui? Did it just apply to the wai in the awa, or did it apply to the banks as well?
Primarily the wai. This particular stream is quite incised. It's very hard to access the direct or the banks immediately adjacent to the flow. But it was certainly a concern that mana whenua considered when determining when they might lift that rahui, is giving enough time for the banks to be cleansed as well.
Just interested in the process in terms of the placement of the rahui and the lifting of the rahui. Is signage in that erected to note that the rahui is occurring, and how does that?
It was a steep learning curve for everybody. So as a result of this particular incident, signage has been manufactured, I suppose, and we're now documenting the process that should be followed to ensure that mana whenua are aware of when these overflows occur, and there's sufficient time for them to make decisions around what should or shouldn't happen, and we have all the tools at our disposal to actually give effect to those.
Yes, good morning, Ms. Collier. I've got a fairly general question, I guess, in terms of the planning of infrastructure in response to some of the submissions, I think, including from Kainga Ora, which you've probably seen, which suggested that council should have done more detail in terms of planning for infrastructure to where development is likely to be beside main roads and where you can expect it to happen. But it seems to me you've done quite a bit of planning work already. So at the stage one, you're happy there's sufficient capacity there for that development to go as per MDRS, and then you've got the infrastructure overlay for the rest of the area. So that's included quite a bit of work to be confident that that's going to be okay for the Three Waters network.
So I think, just for clarification, it will require significant investment in stage one in order to give effect to MDRS and what's proposed in Plan Change 12. The systems that currently are in that location are not adequate to provide for the MDRS or what's proposed in Plan Change 12. The approach that's being taken by HCC is really identifying that area as the priority area for that investment, rather than being reactionary with development happening everywhere. It's just in itself, stage one is going to be a funding challenge, because in the meantime, we can't ignore all of the existing servicing issues and network performance issues across the city. But the approach that Mr. Muldowney has explained is really, by identifying the stage one area, it's really trying to help us focus where we might invest in our infrastructure to give effect to MDRS.
But presumably you've got some confidence that that can be achieved, that upgrade can be achieved within a, say, a 5-year time frame, because if the plan change goes through, and then development can happen by permitted activity, you know, you can't control that then. That's going to happen, you know, determined by economic and other factors.
I think this is where the connections approval process really comes into play, because there will be some areas within stage 1 where there is adequate capacity now, and significant investment might not be required, but there will be parts, including within the stage 1 area, where that's not the case. We'll be presenting on the connections approval process in the substantive hearing, but one way we're proposing to give effect to prioritisation in the stage 1 area is to look at a different extent of infrastructure capacity for the stage 1 area. But it really does require prioritisation of the funding decisions to support development in that stage 1 area.
So really what you've said from an engineering point of view, that's really the most practical way of doing it, that you've got, that includes the CPD and then other areas where you expect development to be focused, and really, yeah, that's your sort of engineering decision based on your best information.
Yeah, I think the stage 1 area definition is being driven by a whole lot of drivers, not by infrastructure capacity, which Mr. Davies will talk to.
Yeah. Okay. I just had a couple of other questions too, which probably not, actually I'm not sure that they're particularly relevant to the more general side of things. So maybe I'll just leave it at that for now, thank you.
Just before I go to someone else, can I just clarify for myself the relationship between the plan provisions and the new revised connections policy? Just want to be clear. I'm not sure whether you were saying a moment ago that in actual fact 3x3 might be permitted, but connections may not be permitted. Is that what I'm taking from what you're saying? Because they may not be able to connect. So there's no necessary linkage between a permitted activity status from a plan point of view and whether in actual fact they can actually occupy that dwelling, if you like.
That's correct. The connections approval process, council is relying on our bylaws, which give us the ability to determine whether a connection should or shouldn't be granted based on adequate capacity. So it's separate from the RM process.
Okay.
But in terms of the criteria that we would apply for the infrastructure assessment, where the overlay applies, they'll be the same criteria. The intention is that the connections approval process will apply to all developments.
So I'm just wondering, Mr. Muldowney, whether the flowchart that you showed us earlier is entirely accurate in terms of real world again, because what I'm hearing is that you may not in actual fact be able to develop because you can't get a connection.
Well, the flowchart is the consenting pathway.
Yeah.
The point is that outside of that flowchart, there will always be a question of whether or not a development can connect to the network, and that's where the connections policy and the connections approval process plays a role. Now, the link between the district plan and the connections policy is apparent in the Three Waters assessment that I took you to, because it talks about, has council given approval? And so as part of a Three Waters assessment, you would engage in that question of whether or not you've got a connection approval, and it'll become a relevant factor in terms of your assessment for activities that engage that rule. But you're quite right, for activities that don't and that just slip straight past it as permitted, they don't engage that assessment criteria, but they still have to come and get a connection. I think the obvious point to make here is that this is intended to be the sort of the last line of defence, if you like.
I understand the reason for it.
Yeah.
I just wonder. I guess where my head is going is whether we need some crossover, some more explicit crossover in that case in due course.
Well, whether I'm just thinking out loud here, but I wonder, is it a performance standard
That's what I'm thinking.
for a permitted activity
That's what I'm thinking.
to have a connection approval?
Yeah.
That would be the simple
a
language.
prior approval, effectively,
Yeah.
is where I'm thinking. So, yeah, just flag that.
So I'll pick that up, obviously, with the plan architects.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My other, sorry, Dave. My other question was just, so you've got the existing consents, as I've just quickly written them down. As I understand it, the principal water take is 2024, just around the corner, basically.
2047, so
Oh,
it's
2047.
a stepped
I anticipated something
consent.
else there. The discharge is 2027 and the stormwater 2036.
That's right.
Okay, so that in terms of those timeframes, in terms of the work that's being done, I mean, I'm assuming there's sort of discussions going on with regional council at the moment as to what might be in their minds, although it's a long way out from that, obviously. But as we know, in these areas, it takes quite a few years to get consent renewals. Is work being done assuming certain elevated standards and performance requirements?
Yes, that's right, and that's detailed in the TLA report.
Yeah.
I'll focus in on wastewater because it's around the corner. 2027 is not that far away.
Yeah.
So for the last 3+ years, the council partners alongside iwi and mana whenua have been working on the Metro Wastewater Detailed Business Case project, and that's really looking at what are the best long-term wastewater treatment solutions for the broader metro area, irrespective of council boundaries. And through that process, we've established a minimum treatment standard that should be applied to treatment plants within the sub-region when it's time for reconsenting or if they're new wastewater treatment plants. And those treatment standards are, as a minimum, equivalent to the Pukekohe standard, which seems to be making its way up the river. For Pukete, that's a significant step in terms of the change in treatment standards. And in the TLA report, I have included the indicative cost estimates to achieve those standards.
There's no question it's going to be expensive.
Yes, and I guess that exacerbates the issue in terms of council's ability to fund infrastructure upgrades everywhere across the city. We know that we're going to have to lift our standards for our discharges.
And is that standard, or does it appear that standard will meet the MPSFM and the requirements in 2024 for the new sort of water plans and so on that are required? Is that taking that into consideration?
I can't comment on that.
But
what we have done is looked at the existing baseline, so our current daily contaminant loading rates and limits, and really ensured that we're going to be achieving levels significantly lower than that, despite the growing population. So that's one of our challenges here.
But I guess this may all be academic, because if in actual fact if there is a requirement for prior approvals to come through, then all of those matters will be dealt with by that prior approval mechanism. So it may not be necessary for me to go down that track. I'll have a think about that a bit further. That's the connections to future limits. That was mine.
Just on the same sort of thing, what's your current monitoring show in terms of contaminant loads and frequency of overflows and that sort of thing? I mean, current events, I guess, apart, or maybe even including those, because they're real and we probably should be looking at those anyway.
Yeah. We certainly have room for improvement in terms of measuring and monitoring the impacts of urban land use on our waterways from stormwater. So that's really been highlighted through this recent rahui, and that we monitor based on achieving consent compliance, but we're not necessarily undertaking detailed state of the environment monitoring, and we really should. In terms of wastewater overflows, what we've found in the last 12 months is a real validation of our modelled wastewater overflow events. So the frequency of those appears to be increasing, but obviously they largely occur during wet weather. We have had several instances in the last 5 years where council have been prosecuted by regional council for wastewater overflows. Some of those related to mechanical failure and just system failure, but it's a very real issue for Hamilton City that we're dealing with now. It's not a future theoretical challenge, it's a here and now challenge. We have live development proposals in catchments where we know there are wastewater capacity issues, really looking to intensify their land use. So I'll mention an example in broad terms where there's a developer who wants to redevelop 5 sites from 5 dwellings into 15 across the road from a pump station that is known to overflow regularly, and that we are being questioned by regional council who have a reducing level of tolerance for wet weather overflows. They want to know, what are we doing about it? And we're likely going to decline that consent application on the basis of inadequate wastewater capacity. So I guess the issues that I've highlighted in my evidence and that are outlined in the TLA assessment, they're real issues right now.
Thank you. Nigel, did you want to reflect on?
No, it's okay.
All right, thank you, Ms. Collier. I hesitate to say that we look forward to your substantive evidence, but it's going to be interesting. Thank you. Yeah.
Now call Dr. Davey.
Welcome, Dr. Davey.
Kia ora katoa katoa, Mr. Chairman, panel. I think I'll go straight to questions if it's okay with you.
Not even a warm-up, eh?
Well, I could if you like. I suppose, executive summary I could step you through if you like.
No, I'm quite relaxed about that. We're just scurrying to get our notes together, that's all. The sole benefit of a warm-up is that we ignore you whilst we look for our notes.
Quite. It's a very good tactic. So I could humour you then. So two points that have come up in the sort of preceding evidence. One was the question around the connections policy, which just came up in terms of this interface between the sort of Resource Management Act and the LGA in terms of the connections policy. And so effectively, we are wanting to, I guess, manage the effects under the RMA and through the Plan Change 12 provisions, accepting that obviously there is a kind of a safety valve, if you like, through the connections policy under the LGA. And I think if I just expand on that a little bit further, it comes down to almost what is already allowed for under the existing operative district plan. So you can already do the duplex policy, which is 1 unit per 200 square metres. I don't think we've ever declined a duplex consent application. It is RD activity status, as we've talked about or has been touched on earlier, but that is restricted to design parameters alone.
I guess, just talking globally for a second, we don't want to be in a position where in actual fact we're dealing with Clayton's permitted activities. I guess that's the which effectively frustrates the intent of the legislation. That's the concern, I suppose, at a very high level.
Yeah, I think there's some efficiency tests there in terms of and usability of the plan if you are effectively creating a parallel process, so that effectively a permitted activity is, to the layperson, no longer a permitted activity because you need the secondary permission. And I do see that as a risk, and the connections policy process development that the council's going through is looking to, I suppose, front end the connections approval process with the resource consent application process, so that you avoid the instance where you end up with a consent but no connection. It's not a good outcome for anybody.
Yes, yeah. And the connections policy presumably goes through the standard public process, notification process and so on. It's not just a technical document that lands.
Yeah, yes, yep, it will, and that's in train at the moment, so I think that's going to go out for consultation the next couple of months. My team's not involved in that, it's another part of council.
Very wise. Yes. Nigel?
Can I just to finish that, we will have evidence on the connections policy in September, so the expectation is that the policy will have been developed, the criteria established, the technical legal tests that lead you to a green light or a red light will be clearly articulated in the policy and understood, and we would expect to be in a position to put that to you so you can see how it might work.
No, that would be certainly very helpful in terms of going forward, along with obviously the costed program approved or whatever, which really lies behind that, presumably. Dave?
I mean, just looking at, it's in your section on supply and demand, is it your take on the submissions you've received that no one seriously questioned the numbers you've got on supply and demand?
The supply and demand numbers come from the 2017 and 2021 HBA, so that's kind of the recognised source of the truth. And no, I don't think the numbers are in question. I mean, I did pick up some of the evidence from Michael Campbell in terms of and I think one of the other witnesses or briefs of evidence for KO in terms of the market feasibility versus plan enabled.
Sort of definitional thing between.
Yeah, and look, I'd be very clear, and hopefully it is in my evidence that we're talking about market feasibility. That's the more real number versus the much larger plan enabled quantum. And so I suppose how I sort of contextualise it or visualise it is that, as I say in my evidence, those market feasible numbers are roughly 4.5 times our demand over the 30-year period. So effectively what that is telling me is that you've got 4 options for the market and with 1 unit of demand. So there are 4 options available to the market. Now, in my view, that's significant market opportunity. Not to mention the fact that over time, vertically attached typologies and others will become more market feasible, as the evidence shows.
On a theoretical level, I take it from your evidence, and it seems to be common amongst the council planners that are responding to MDRS around the place, is that they're pretty comfortable with what MPSUD requires in terms of location of intensification, but nowhere near as comfortable with the sort of the spread that MDRS is looking at.
Yeah, well, I think you're hitting the nail on the head there. I mean, effectively, the MPSUD policy 3D, it's quite specific in terms of where that intensification is directed to. And picking up on Ms. Collier's evidence, I mean, effectively that means that we've got some certainty as to where that greater level of infrastructure enablement and investment needs to occur to support that development. And that makes it more manageable to attain, to Te Whaimara and the like.
Okay, that's all for me, thanks.
Anything else?
Just regarding the flood hazard, Mr. Maldani, I think, talked about the council having 95% flood hazard mapping done later in the year. Then there's going to need to be a council process in terms of a plan change to come up with these provisions to deal with hazard. And then there's a particular issue for us progressing how we see the proposed plan change needs to deal with flood hazard. Have you got any comment there in terms of how we deal with that?
Well, I mean, I think first of all, what I'd say it's pretty fundamental in terms of actually proceeding with intensification prior to understanding or drawing on the best available flood data. And so, and just sticking with that point for a second, so there is already the flood viewer available that is already being regularly updated with the best available information. And what we're saying is that we need till the middle of the year to do the final kind of update for the remaining sort of 25-30% of the city. We are already developing the sort of planning controls that sit around that, or which would then point to that that information. In terms of your question, I think it comes, Section 80 or so of the Act in terms of other matters, which is what you're getting at. I think it's easier to think about that in terms of residential, in terms of that's what we're talking about, right, in terms of MDRS. I think it's a bit of a stretch, but it's perhaps more of a legal question, bit of a stretch if you start to think about imposing those flood hazard provisions into non-residential zoned areas of the city.
Why is that?
Because of the scope of MDRS and Plan Change 12. So through Plan Change 12, we're changing residential densities and residential zones. We are.
I see.
Yep.
So presumably, this panel will be advised of the progress with the flood hazard plan change and what that means, or what's actually happening and where you're at with it.
Well, yeah, I think it's a bit of a two-way street. So we can certainly supply you with the latest up-to-date information and data that we have available through FloodViewer at the substantive hearing. We can also be able to provide you with our draft planning provisions, which will sit around that. I think it's a conversation between the panel and council and other submitters in terms of what you then do with that, and to what extent you draw on that information in your decision making on 12.
I think probably the more, from my point of view, the more important thing of that is what implications that has in terms of your projections for the development numbers, and whether your 4.5 still holds or whether it gets reduced and therefore gets within the margin of concern.
Yeah, and that's a very good question, and one we can't answer just yet because we haven't completed that last 30% or so mapping across the city. And we also need to determine the implications of the planning controls on that supply number. So it might mean that you shift from a permitted to an RD activity, and RD is looking at things like freeboard and overland flow paths. So that may not in and of itself preclude development from occurring, but we need to work through that.
No, I mean, I think the evidence is a very useful backgrounder, and it's helpful from that point of view. Just not exactly a free hit, but any comment on some of the other planning comments that have come in that might challenging some of these matters that you've raised with us?
I mean, from what I've seen in terms of the briefs evidence that have been filed, I think actually they're all largely saying the same thing in terms of wanting good planning outcomes, and by that I mean focusing density and intensification in the right locations, which are highly accessible, which have a good range of services available, which have infrastructure, so on and so forth. And I suppose what HCC is presenting by way of its evidence is to say that we don't have infrastructure availability in all parts of the city. We understand the need to intensify, and we have been doing that for almost 2 decades, and we'll continue to promote the central city because that's where we can commensurately invest in network capacity to meet some of those higher level obligations under Te Ture Whānau.
Right. And the rest is just a matter of interpretation as to what you can and can't do, basically.
I mean, we're very open to other methods that might achieve the outcome, right? So we've put forward an infrastructure capacity overlay. We feel that that's the best sort of method to achieve the outcome and try and do 2 things. One is mitigate some of the network effects on a site-by-site basis within the overlay, at the same time promoting and inducing market activity into stage 1 where we're going to be prioritising investment. We're open to other methods that might get us to an outcome whereby we are not contravening our obligations under Te Ture Whānau.
I can see how you might mitigate stormwater. I can see how you might mitigate water supply, put a tank on the roof. can't quite see how you mitigate wastewater.
Oh, well, that's exactly right. Yeah.
I'll be interested to see sort of what people can put up in that regard.
Yeah. So I think that there's an interesting thing there in terms of kind of public sort of good and network utility sort of provision, because I think, as you say, you can only go so far on a site-by-site basis. And the other thing I'd sort of say to that is also the cumulative effects as well. So it's very hard, with a city of this size, to actually site-by-site understand the cumulative effects over time. And the example in Beta and Melville that's been touched on, that's already failing. Did we know that it had capacity for another 5 homes or 10 homes or 20 homes? Not sure. I don't think we can get to that level of specificity. So then, with that in mind, how do we manage those cumulative effects to stop us reaching that kind of point of no return?
All right. For the moment, thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and panel. That's the opening for Hamilton City. I appreciate your attention.
Thank you. Emily, I think. Yes? Yes. No, I don't. Anybody want a hard copy? And I assume your opening remark is going to be, say, a plague on your house, is that?
Good afternoon. It is afternoon now, and I'm Wendy Embling, and I'm appearing for Waipā District Council. I don't have with me today Tony Quickfall because he has civil defence duties, but he will be with us tomorrow.
Right.
I have put together some relatively succinct submissions, which I'll take you through. I won't go through all of it, but as it is succinct, I do want to take you through most of it.
Yeah.
I will give you 2 pieces of good news at the beginning. One is that Plan Change 26 is 160 pages long. And the
That's
second,
good news.
and the second is that in a marvellous feat of planning, on the day that Plan Change 26 was notified, the Waipā District Plan was wholly operative, which will make my task and your task considerably more straightforward.
Yep. Not casting aspersions at Waikato, are you?
Of course not. You have that to look forward to. And you do have in the folder in front of you, you do have a copy of the plan change itself. So just turning to my legal submissions by way of introduction, Plan Change 26 is of course Waipā District's intensification planning instrument, and we adopt the joint opening legal submissions that have been discussed this morning. And as I've noted, we will be calling evidence from Tony Quickfall, the Council's Manager, District Plan and Growth, which is likely to be tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
So turning then to Section 2, the Resource Management Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters Amendment Act applies to Tier 1 territorial authorities, which are listed in Section 2 of the Act. Waipā District Council is only listed as a Tier 1 territorial authority due to its proximity to Hamilton. Waipā District itself doesn't contain any Tier 1 urban environments, and as submitted to by the Council to the Select Committee at the time, should not have been included in the Amendment Act. It would have been a simple matter for the Amendment Act to have applied to Tier 1 urban environments rather than territorial authorities.
But you lost that one.
We did, and hence we're here today. And I do want to just provide a bit of detail about the Council's position because of that. So just another point to make about the Amendment Act, which you've in fact made this morning yourself, is that while it amends the Resource Management Act, it doesn't itself contain a separate purpose statement. So while a number of the submissions, legal submissions that have been put in by submitters actually refer to the purpose of the Amendment Act, it doesn't itself have a purpose other than a procedure which is intended to be expeditious. So in my submission, the Amendment Act should be interpreted and implemented in a manner which gives effect to the purpose and principles of the Act. In terms of Plan Change 26, this plan change process is unlike any other plan change process under the Act. And some have in fact noted that it should have been a national environmental standard for that reason. And I've just pointed out there, the Council was required, of course, by Section 80 of the Act to notify the IPI by the 20th of August, which it did, while the usual requirements for consultation under Schedule 1 still applied. The timeframe didn't provide sufficient time for preparation alongside those consultation processes, and particularly we acknowledge the inability to consult meaningfully with Council's iwi partners in the manner that would usually take place prior to notification of a plan change. Secondly, of course, Council can't withdraw the IPI.
Can I just jump in there on that one? And this is something that I'll raise with Council for Waikato, but there's submissions, I think, on the Waikato plan about not withdrawing the qualifying matter that's been challenged there. And I think there was some submissions from Sinlay talking about, well, why can't they just withdraw part of the plan change? I wondered if you had any view or had turned your mind to, is there a difference between withdrawing the plan change as a whole or part of the plan change? Is that something which is open and sort of asking it now? So got a chance to consider as well. But if you've got any thoughts, I'd be interested to hear them.
I think the legislation is pretty clear that you can't withdraw the plan change, and therefore I consider you wouldn't be able to withdraw part of the plan change either. However, you can vary the plan change. So the provisions relating to variations are still there. I will, however, leave it to my friends to discuss whether you can vary a variation.
Tēnā koe.
So just going on there to note that the IPI is required to incorporate the MDRS unless qualifying matters apply, and to give effect to Policy 3D of the MPSUD in advance of Council's other obligations under the MPSUD. Consequently, Plan Change 26 is not the plan change that Council would have chosen to notify to address its obligations under the MPSUD. And you'll hear from Mr. Quickfall about the work that had already taken place within draft Plan Change 21 to give effect to the MPSUD, and that is now all on hold. Nor is the Council or its officers obliged to support the plan change. Nevertheless, as we've noted, we are here. We intend to appear and call evidence at this joint opening hearing and the substantive hearing for the assistance of the panel, and to endeavour to ensure that the purpose and principles of the Act can be achieved to the greatest extent possible within Waipā District.
What do we take from that comment?
What I'll go on to explain in terms of qualifying matters, that interestingly, there's an obligation to incorporate the MDRS and give effect to Policy 3, and a discretion to apply qualifying matters. But what I'll submit is that we can't achieve the purpose and principles of the Act without the careful application of qualifying matters to make sure that those matters of national importance can be achieved, and to make sure that any site-specific matters, for example natural hazards, are appropriately accommodated, so we don't get development in areas where it isn't appropriate.
Right. So is there a sense in which you're elevating Part 2? Or it's already elevated?
No more than it's already elevated.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is the Amendment Act doesn't change the purpose of the Act. It just amends some of the provisions of the Act. So we would need to interpret it in that way, in the way that we ordinarily would.
I think there's an implication there that I think no one else has made, and I'm just, I have to worry about what it actually means.
Yeah, I think the key point is the one that you actually alluded to earlier, where the Amendment Act itself doesn't have a purpose statement. Certainly the MPSUD does. It's quite clear what its objectives and policies are, but it doesn't have the same status as the Act and its purpose statement.
Yeah. All right. Let's see where we go on that one.
So just turning then to the Waipa context and planning for growth, I've provided a very short summary here because Tony Quickfall will take you in more detail through the quite significant planning for growth that takes place within the Waikato sub-region. So his evidence will describe the towns within Waipā District and the strategically planned approach to growth that has been taken by the Council since at least 2009. And in particular, as a future-proof partner, the Council has been involved in the Waikato Future-Proof Growth Strategy since 2009, and this sub-regional strategy informed the Waipā District Plan Review in 2012. Future-Proof was reviewed in 2017 following the first NPS on urban development capacity, and Waipa prepared its 2050 growth strategy in response. To implement the 2050 growth strategy, there have been a number of plan changes to the Waipā District Plan. Since that time, the most recent being Plan Change 13, which was made operative on the 28th of July 2022. And in fact, Council's proactive approach to growth planning continues with its current strategy, Ahuake, which will be the subject of community consultation this year. And I've just noted there that the HBA in 2021 recorded that at a total level, Waipā District had sufficient plan-enabled and commercially feasible capacity to meet demand in the short, medium and long term. So really the same point that's been made for Hamilton City, that because of the future-proof process, these councils have been very forward-looking and have made more than enough plan-enabled and commercially feasible capacity.
Just before you move on, sorry, I need to cut you off. Just a question around Ahuake. So you've said that it'll be the subject of community consultation this year. Has a draft been released? Is it something that we need to be mindful of, or is it going to be a relevant consideration for us in our decision making, or is it not at that stage and not likely to be before we hit the substantive hearings?
It is at the early stages. There is a draft available, but as I've mentioned, it's still going to go through quite a lot of consultation, but we can make sure that we update you on that at the substantive hearing. So just turning to Plan Change 26 itself, and you've got the document in front of you. We have, of course, included the two mandatory elements, incorporating the MDRS into relevant residential zones and giving effect to Policy 3D of the MPSUD. In terms of the discretionary elements, we have modified the MDRS where necessary to accommodate qualifying matters, and we have proposed changes to the financial contributions provisions in the plan. So for clarification, Plan Change 26 does not rezone any land which was not already zoned residential. And it doesn't enable a greater level of development than provided for under the MDRS. So those were discretionary elements that we haven't taken up. We also, as I've noted, haven't proposed any amendments to the Papakainga provisions in the district plan. We do propose to change them, but we felt that a longer period of time was needed to enable consultation on that aspect. So it will be dealt with as a separate plan change.
None of the councils seem, not just the three here, but none of the councils I'm engaged by seem to have picked up the Papakainga provisions at all. Why, do you know why that landed? The answer might be no.
Yeah, but I think that the period of time that was available for consultation just really wasn't sufficient to come up with anything meaningful. There may be some areas where existing provisions are amended. I think that you'll find that Rotorua has made some changes to their Papakainga provisions, but yeah, I suspect that the actual ability to engage effectively there just wasn't time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I do want to make some comments about Policy 3 of the NPSUD, and it's set out in full as noted at paragraph 7.4 of the opening legal submissions. The policy provides for a hierarchy of heights and densities surrounding city centre zones, metropolitan centre zones, rapid transit stops, and the walkable catchments of those, down to neighbourhood centre zones, local centre zones, and town centre zones. The hierarchy of heights and densities around centres and rapid transit stops supports other objectives and policies of the NPSUD relating to public transport, reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, and integrated infrastructure planning. The requirement to incorporate MDRS into relevant residential zones essentially adds minimum heights and densities into this hierarchy, which apply across the whole of the residential zone without regard to the location of centres or rapid transit stops. And this is something that you've acknowledged already in questions today. This approach may be effective in a city which contains all of the categories of centres, as more lenient heights and densities can be enabled in and around centres, with the MDRS providing appropriate heights and densities outside of those centres. And you've heard this morning of how that would work within Hamilton City, which has a range of different centres. However, the towns in the Waipā district do not contain city centre zones, metropolitan centre zones, or rapid transit stops, so only Policy 3D applies. This policy requires Council to provide heights and densities of urban form which are commensurate with the level of commercial activity and community services in the town centres. This creates the potential for the heights and densities that are supported by Policy 3D to be the same or less than what would be required by the MDRS. As the MDRS represents the minimum heights and densities that can be applied, subject of course to limited qualifying matters, the outcome is that the same heights and densities are applied across the whole of the residential zones, regardless of proximity to centres. This outcome potentially undermines the other objectives and policies of the NPSUD in relation to public transport, emissions reduction, and integrated infrastructure planning, but is an unavoidable outcome of the Amendment Act. The application of Policy 3D within Waipā District will be addressed in evidence at the substantive hearing. At this stage, the Council acknowledges the evidence to be presented on behalf of Kāinga Ora and the Waikato Regional Council on these issues, and does intend to engage in discussions with the submitters regarding how best to give effect to the NPSUD within the constraints of the Amendment Act.
You were here this morning for Lachlan's, Mr Muldowney's presentation. You would have heard my question to him about Policy 3 and whether or not the singling out of that by the Amendment Act required us to give more weight to that policy as opposed to other policies. Do you have any views on that?
I don't think it's a question of weight, I think it's a question of timing. The councils will need to implement all of the requirements of the MPSUD, but the Amendment Act requires them to do Policy 3 at a faster, at an expeditious speed. We will still need to address those other matters, and Waipa will do that through its draft Plan Change 21, which is unfortunately on hold. And really the point that arises as a result of the MDRS is that we lose the flexibility that we would have had to respond to the MPSUD in a meaningful way within Waipā District because of this enforced minimum that applies right across our zones. So turning then to how we have actually incorporated the MDRS into the plan change, I've just set out at paragraph 7.1 the types of zones that are already used within the district plan. And I'll just refer to paragraph 7.2 because only the current residential zone falls within the definition of relevant residential zone. Plan Change 26 therefore proposes to create a new section 2A, medium density residential zone, which applies to all of the residential zone land in Cambridge, Te Awamutu and Kihikihi. The remaining residential zone will continue to apply to Karapiro and any new residential areas in the future. So in terms of familiarising yourself with the plan change, new section 2A is the critical section which contains all of the new MDRS provisions. I've just set out in paragraph 7.4 all of the key changes that are required to implement the MDRS in Schedule 3A, keeping in mind that the MDRS is not only the density standards, but it's the objectives and policies, the activity rules, the notification rules, as well as all the density standards. And we have, as required, shaded those orange so that you can tell which are the mandatory provisions. And I submit that, provided the MDRS has been properly incorporated into the district plan, neither the council nor the panel is required to assess the effects of those provisions. So section 8 is turning to qualifying matters, and I've just referred back to the analysis that Mr Muldowney took you through this morning in the joint legal submissions. In 8.2, I make the point that I made earlier that while qualifying matters is expressed to be discretionary, councils may make the MDRS less enabling of development. I submit that it would not be possible for the council to achieve the purpose and principles of the Act without the careful application of qualifying matters. So dealing first with existing qualifying matters, as you know, Section 77K of the Act provides an alternative evaluation process for qualifying matters that are already contained within an operative district plan. This recognises that these matters have already been the subject of a Schedule 1 process and ensures that these matters are not relitigated through the IPI process. I have, because I had a bit of extra room in my folders with Plan Change 26, already also provided for you appendices 2 and 3, and they've got dividers saying 2 and 3. So Appendix 2 is all of the existing qualifying matters that are in the operative district plan, and it's a table which is quite succinct and easy to follow. So the focus of Section 77K for those existing qualifying matters is identifying the area to which it relates, specifying the alternative density standard that is proposed for that area, and then describing in general terms for a typical site in the area the effect of the qualifying matter on the level of development that would have been permitted by the MDRS. As I've noted, because the Waipā District Plan was wholly operative prior to notification of Plan Change 26, most of the qualifying matters contained in the plan change are existing qualifying matters, and they are listed in Appendix 2. In summary, they relate to most of the matters in 77I, so the safe and efficient operation of nationally significant infrastructure, outstanding natural features and landscapes, significant indigenous vegetation, public access to and along lakes and rivers, the relationship of Māori in their culture and traditions, protection of historic heritage, and the management of significant risks from natural hazards, and the relevant qualifying matter alongside the rule is identified in that table.
And what do you say we as a panel need to do with respect to alleged existing qualifying matters?
Essentially, the evaluation is as set out in 77K, and in fact I've gone on to comment on that in 8.5. The focus of Council's evidence and the panel's consideration of these qualifying matters will be the extent to which it's necessary to modify the MDRS to accommodate those qualifying matters. So I submit that Council's not required to present evidence in support of matters such as historic heritage and significant natural areas that have already been the subject of a Schedule 1 process as part of the district plan. Instead, the focus will be on the extent to which the MDRS needs to be modified as a result of those qualifying matters. I will make a small correction to paragraph 8.6 for the same reason as the correction to the joint legal submissions. It should say a small number of qualifying matters in the operative district plan do not fall within sections A to I, because under section 77K3, if it's an other matter, it doesn't fall within the definition of existing qualifying matter, so it just can't take advantage of that alternative process. So instead, these matters have been assessed on a site-specific basis under section 77L. And those matters are character clusters, protected trees, and specific matters relating to growth cells. In respect of qualifying matters which are other matters, the Council's evidence at the substantive hearing will provide a site-specific evaluation as required by section 77L. This site-specific evaluation will focus on the reasons why intensification in these areas is inappropriate, and will evaluate a range of options to achieve the greatest heights and densities permitted by the MDRS while managing those specific characteristics. So turning to new qualifying matters, and this is dealt with in Appendix 3, which I've also included in your folders, and it does carefully work its way through only a small number of new qualifying matters that have been included. So Plan Change 26 introduces a number of new rules which modify the MDRS as a result of qualifying matters. In all of these cases, the qualifying matter itself was already contained in the operative district plan and could therefore have been categorised as an existing qualifying matter. And you'll see in each of the tables within Appendix 3, we've set out the current provisions of the district plan which recognise the qualifying matter. However, as the rules that are proposed to modify the MDRS to accommodate the qualifying matter are new, the Council has provided the more comprehensive evaluation required by section 77J of the Act. And hence we've included them in a separate appendix. Before discussing the new qualifying matters, it's important to recognise that while section 77I requires each qualifying matter to be categorised into the relevant subsection, in reality the qualifying matters overlap. So the significant features of the Waipā district that the Council is seeking to protect are the Waikato and Waipa rivers and their catchments. The Waikato River and the Karapiri stream flow through Cambridge, and the Mangapiko and the Mangahoi streams flow through Te Awamutu. The values associated with these rivers and streams are recognised by all of the following qualifying matters. And I've listed those in full, and they include a lot of the matters in Section 6, as well as a number of additional matters in Section 77I, including Te Ture Whaimana. So while the Section 32 report and my discussion focuses on the most significant qualifying matter or matters, it's important to recognise that the protection of the Waikato and Waipa rivers and their catchments is relevant to all of these qualifying matters, and that all of these values of the rivers and streams are already identified in the operative district plan. So I will just take you briefly through the new rules that address these qualifying matters, and the first relates to Te Ture Whaimana. So the rules are described in paragraph 8.12. So Plan Change 26 proposes to introduce 2 infrastructure overlays which modify the MDRS for sites within the overlays. So firstly, the infrastructure constraint qualifying matter overlay has been applied where intensification to the extent enabled by the MDRS would have high or critical impacts on wastewater and water infrastructure, which is likely to result in adverse effects on the Waikato River. And again, that was as a result of a similar traffic light assessment carried out. So for sites within the overlay, the rules of Plan Change 26 provide for 2 residential units as a permitted activity, with 3 or more residential units requiring resource consent as a restricted discretionary activity. And that compares, of course, with the MDRS, which would allow 3 before the restricted discretionary was triggered. So again, making it clear that it doesn't prevent that level of development, but it does enable council to assess the potential effects once it gets beyond 2 dwellings. The stormwater constraint qualifying matter overlay has been applied where intensification to the extent enabled by the MDRS would have high or critical impacts on stormwater infrastructure, which is likely to result in adverse effects on the Waikato River. For sites within this overlay, the rules of the plan change provide for a maximum site coverage as 40% as a permitted activity, with site coverage exceeding 40% requiring consent as a restricted discretionary activity, compared to a 50% site coverage that would otherwise apply through the MDRS. The second new qualifying matter relates to the natural character of rivers and public access to and along rivers. And the rule that's been introduced is described in paragraph 8.14, and that is a river gully proximity overlay which applies within 120 metres of the waterways. For sites within that overlay, the rules provide for a maximum site coverage of 40% as a permitted activity, with site coverage exceeding 40% to require a restricted discretionary activity. So the consenting pathway is relatively straightforward. We've simply altered the trigger slightly so that it sits above 2 dwellings rather than above 3, at which point those infrastructure assessments can take place.
Clearly the width of some of these things is going to be contested. Thumbnail sketch as to what the 120 metre metric comes from?
We'll provide evidence about that. There is a report in the Section 32 report, but
yes,
some further
I just
detail.
couldn't recall. I mean, just as a general comment, we've got, obviously there are lots of setbacks and goodness knows what across all 3 plans here, and that's going to be subject to challenge, obviously, so we just need to sort that out. So you're saying wait and see? Yeah, right.
So just in respect of open spaces and significant Indigenous vegetation, again in paragraph 8.16 we've proposed 2 setbacks to address those qualifying matters. One is a setback of 4 metres from sites adjoining reserves, and the other is a setback of 20 metres from the boundary of site adjoining a significant natural area. Turning to character clusters, Cambridge, Te Awamutu and Kihikihi all have a unique character, which represents the history and growth of the towns and is highly valued by the communities of those towns. The operative district plan already contains a framework for the identification and protection of historic heritage and the identification of groups of dwellings as character clusters. As these character clusters are an other matter which makes higher density inappropriate in an area, the Council has engaged an expert to carry out a site-specific evaluation of its character clusters as part of Plan Change 26, and that will relate to both the existing character clusters in the operative plan and new clusters that are proposed. In respect of financial contributions, as we've set out in the opening legal submissions, Section 77T enables the Council to include financial contribution provisions or to change its current provisions. It does have a current Chapter 18 of the District Plan which relates to financial contributions, and that's proposed to be amended so that they apply to permitted activities as enabled by Section 77E, plus also to introduce 2 new contributions which are similar to ones proposed by Hamilton City. One is Te Ture Whaimana, which seeks to enable restoration and protection of the Waikato and Waipa rivers through matters such as riparian enhancement and erosion control measures. And secondly, a new one entitled Residential Amenity, which seeks to contribute to the creation of public open spaces and streetscape amenity to offset the adverse effects of residential development density. The submission by Waikato Tainui seeks clarity regarding who will administer the fund for financial contributions for Te Ture Whaimana. I submit that in accordance with the Act, the Council is responsible for the use of financial contributions for the purpose for which they have been received. However, the Council has commenced discussions with Waikato Tainui regarding appropriate administrative arrangements outside of the District Plan, recognising the need for consistency between the councils. Just turning to issues raised in submissions, the Themes and Issues report identifies the key issues relating to the Waipā District, and it was prepared by Damien McGann, planner with Oricon, on behalf of Waipā District Council, and Mr McGann will be available to answer your questions later today, and he will be preparing the Section 42A for the substantive hearing. As the issues raised in submissions have been addressed in the relevant sections above and will be the subject of detailed evidence at the substantive hearing, I don't propose to address them in any detail here. However, I can advise the panel that Council will be carrying out discussions with a number of submitters in advance of the substantive hearing and will propose amendments to the plan change where it's considered appropriate. And given the imminence of our substantive hearing, those discussions are already underway. In respect of the evidence to be presented on behalf of submitters at this hearing, I do want to make just 2 points of clarification. One is relates to the evidence of Craig Matheson for Fonterra. Just to clarify that the rules of Plan Change 26 currently provide for 2 dwellings per site rather than 3 dwellings because of the operation of the infrastructure overlay. However, I acknowledge that the criteria for the overlay will likely not encompass the types of concerns that Fonterra are interested in. And then in respect of paragraph 4.19 of Michael Campbell's evidence for Kainga Ora, the intention of Plan Change 26 is to fully remove the compact housing overlay because it isn't required alongside the MDRS, and we acknowledge that we may need to make some other adjustments to ensure that we've achieved that intention.
Just before you go to your conclusion, in relation to the response to the Fonterra, you say that does not specifically address reverse sensitivity effects. Is that the position that it does not need to address reverse sensitivity effects, or that you will be doing some work to include them? I'm just not clear on what you're saying there.
It was really just a misunderstanding in the evidence in terms of how many dwellings were enabled alongside the Te Awamutu dairy factory. it is in fact 2 rather than 3 because of the infrastructure overlay, but I understand that they will likely want something more specific so that effects on their premises can be taken into account. So we intend to have some discussions with them about that.
And there are more broad-based submissions seeking that reverse sensitivity be a qualifying matter. Do you have a view on that?
In my view, it would need to be an other matter. There would need to be site-specific considerations that made intensification inappropriate. And for a submitter like Fonterra to be seeking those provisions, it would be appropriate for them to provide that evaluation.
Okay. Okay.
So just by way of conclusion, the Council has been engaged in planning for growth for many years through its strategic growth strategies and particularly its partnership in Future Proof. These strategies seek to provide for commercially feasible growth capacity in locations and at rates which protect the matters of importance to the Waipā District, particularly the Waikato and Waipa rivers and their catchments. The primary focus of the substantive hearing will be to ensure that the MDRS is incorporated into the operative district plan in a way that continues to protect those matters of national importance, as well as the site-specific matters which make intensification inappropriate.
Thank you, Ms. Emling. Any other questions?
No, thank you, Ms. Emling, and for providing the folio and taking us through some of the details of that. It's been very helpful for me. Thank you.
You're off the hook.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Ms. Parham, do you want to start now or after lunch?
I'm happy to start now, but...
That wasn't really what I was inviting.
I'm in your hands, sir.
If you had 20 minutes, would you get through yours in 20 minutes? Because I don't want to interrupt you. I think a continuous flow. No.
Ours does, to be fair, have some...
Yes, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. So I think we might take a short...
Yeah, I could possibly... We're going to split the submissions. I could possibly get through my part, but I might need 25.
I've been told this morning that the purpose of the legislation is to expedite things. Yes, right. I think we'll take a break in that case, and let's not separate that. But let's only take a half-hour lunch, I think, just to try and catch them. Is that going to be practicable for? I'm not quite sure where luncheon arrangements are. Handy for people? Is that going to be too much? Too short? Half an hour? You're going to argue for another 5 minutes? Come on, I'm open for bids. All right, I'll give you another 5 minutes. Quarter past 1. Right. 1:15 back. Thank you very much.
and I have with me Jill Gregory. We're going to split the submissions, and I'll tell you where that split will be shortly. The submissions do largely...
25 minutes, I think.
I won't speak for Jill. The submissions do largely follow the structure. Well, we've attempted to follow the structure of the joint legal submissions, but if you like, we're adding the variation 3 flesh onto the bones of those joint legal submissions. And I'm conscious I will gallop through this as quickly as I can. So we'll go through the scope of the variation, how we've incorporated the MDRS into variation 3. I'll deal with qualifying matters and some of the specific themes that have been raised in the themes and issues report, and Ms Gregory will cover the brief response to the submitted evidence, and then to use Mr Muldowney's phrase, the knotty complicated relationship between appeals on the proposed district plan, which are unresolved, and variation 3, and we will try to attempt to step you through what we understand to be the respective jurisdiction between the Environment Court on the PDP appeals and your panel's jurisdiction on variation 3.
Just apropos of that, I mean, do we need to get a direction or a determination from the court to establish categorically in the event that we have a dispute about it, and I don't know whether we will.
Yeah, and Ms Gregory will take you through that, but it seems that as we're following the filing of our legal submissions, that there is now large agreement with most parties. I think there's a small area potentially with one of the submitters, but we are in ongoing dialogue with that legal counsel, and we hope before the procedural issues hearing next Friday that we do have a complete agreement on that to assist.
Because I mean, we could, just without prejudice or discussion, the panel's got to have a due course. I mean, one of our options is simply to accept that and not challenge that if there was agreement that that's where the jurisdiction should split.
The other option, possibly, rather than going to the court, because that would involve a declaration, which will take time, and I'm not sure whether the court would be able to determine that before the commencement of our
I can have a word with David on the side, yes. The
other option is for the panel to potentially seek independent seek its own legal advice. I know the Auckland IPI panel.
I mean, the only problem I have with that, of course, is that then you risk opening up a tripartite debate which isn't resolved. So if it's resolvable...
We're hoping it can be resolved, and we'll be able to update you at the hearing next Friday. I don't think we're that far apart.
Okay, all right, good, excellent.
So I'll start at section 4 on page 4, the scope of variation 3. So the joint submission set out the mandatory and discretionary elements. In terms of the variation 3 mandatory elements, of course, it's incorporating the MDRS into every relevant residential zone and giving effect to policy 3D. Paragraph 4.2 sets out the discretionary elements that we've included in variation 3, and I'll just highlight for you there clause B. Obviously, we've included qualifying matters. At clause C, we have rezoned 2 sites from general rural to a relevant residential zone in Pōkeno. The rural zoning of those 2 sites seem to be an anomaly under the PDP decisions version, as are completely surrounded by general residential land. And in clause G, we have made consequential modifications throughout variation 3 to include a reference to our medium density residential zone 2. The PDP decisions version contains a medium residential zone. For clarification, variation does not introduce any financial contributions, unlike Hamilton City and Waipa. We don't propose any amendments to the Papakainga housing, and I think you did ask somebody a question about that. The reason Waikato hasn't included that is because it was obviously included as part of the proposed district plan process, and actually Papakainga housing and development is a permitted activity in all zones in the PDP. Variation 3 does not rezone any land which was not already zoned residential in Tuakau, Huntly and Ngaruawahia. and it does not enable a greater level of development than what's provided by the MDRS. So at paragraph 5.2, when the decisions on the proposed district plan were issued, they were put into the format of the National Planning Standards. So our relevant residential zones are the general residential zone and the medium density residential zone. At paragraph 5.4, I set out the towns in the Waikato District that meet the definition of a relevant residential zone, and that's Ngāruawāhia, Wahia, Huntly, Tuakau, as those towns had a population of at least 5,000 at the 2018 census. And it also includes Pokeno. So while that town has a population less than 5,000, it does meet the tests of an urban environment. So variations.
Are those hard tests in your opinion? I mean, could you include a conurbation of some sort which had less than 5,000 in the 2018 census, or is that a hard bar?
It seems from the definition of a relevant residential zone that it is more than 5,000 at 2018 census unless it's an urban environment. So if you can get within the exception and meet the definition of an urban environment, then you can be included. But
so there's no discretion to drop below?
Doesn't seem to be.
Yeah, okay. Because I mean, obviously, some people are arguing that there should be some other things in there. So
yeah, and Mr. Ebenholm may have these figures off the top of his head compared to me, but I don't think there's any towns that are so close to 5,000 that it's do we or don't we? Yeah, I think there's a sufficient buffer there to be in or out, but he can clarify if I've misunderstood that.
Yeah. That's right, and he's noting that down, which is good to know. Yes.
But you're right, the submission from Kāinga Ora does ask for the MDRS to be partially incorporated into two additional towns, being Raglan and Te Kōwhata. Interestingly, by contrast, the submission by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development confirms that we have adopted all relevant residential zones into our district. We excluded Raglan and Te Kōwhata because they had a population less than 5,000 and did not meet the definition of an urban environment. Paragraph 5.6, so as the existing GRZ and MRZ in the PDP decisions version applies beyond our 4 towns in variation 3, it was necessary for Council to introduce a new zone, which we've called Medium Residential Zone 2, which incorporates the MDRS to distinguish it from the MRZ and GRZ zones in those other towns. Variation 3 shows the provisions that incorporate the MDRS by way of grey shading, and I won't take you through those provisions. I'll move to paragraph 5.9, and what you'll notice is obvious from the Variation 3 planning maps and the Section 32 report is that MRZ2 has not been applied to all of the general residential zones in those 4 towns. Whilst Council accepts that that zone is a relevant residential zone, the MDRS has not been incorporated because of the operation of a qualifying matter, which I'll take you through in further detail soon. Policy 3D, MPSUD. So building heights and densities of urban form under the MDRS, Council's considered them to be commensurate to the level of commercial activity and community services within and adjacent to the 4 town centres. Both height and densities in those town centres can best be described as low. They generally don't exceed 2 stories. We acknowledge the submission from Kāinga Ora does seek a high density residential zone, plus a new height overlay be added into the town centres of Ngāruawāhia and Huntly. They're seeking to go as high as 22 metres in order to give effect to Policy 3D. Obviously, Council will respond to that in its 42A report and in evidence for the substantive hearing. Council acknowledges that further assessment and evidence will be required to address that submission.
What
although
activity status would that have as it currently stands? If an application was made, what would it?
So an activity status
activity
for...
status for a 22-metre high building in Huntly, for
Oh,
example.
I am assuming it is non-complying. Actually, it could be, might be RD.
Yeah, well, that's what I was wondering, whether in actual fact it's a big test.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, the MRZ zone, so the existing MRZ zone in the PDP decisions version was introduced by a submission by Kāinga Ora, and they also provided the provisions for that zone, and the height in that MRZ zone is 11 metres, which is consistent with the MDRS. So they certainly didn't seek anything higher in its submission to the appeal. Approach to qualifying matters. All of Council's qualifying matters are classified as new qualifying matters because we don't have an operative district plan. Well, they're not, it's a variation 3 is a variation to the proposed plan. So all of our qualifying matters are subject to the tests in section 77J and L, where we rely on any other qualifying matter. I'll move to paragraph 5.14. So in the next section of the submissions, we summarise the qualifying matters in variation 3. The first section addresses the matters that have been pulled through from the PDP decisions version. So that is, the qualifying matters rely on existing district-wide rules or zone rules that are in the PDP decisions version, and those rules have not been amended as a result of the MDRS. So you'll see that the rules, for example, are not expressed as saying something like you can have density is reduced from 3 houses to 2 houses, or the height is reduced from 11 metres to 8 metres. In many cases, those district-wide rules will apply equally in the MRZ2 zone as they will to all other zones in the district. So one of the, through starting to look through the submissions for the substantive hearing, one of the issues that the 42A report author has identified is whether some of those rules are actually less enabling of development, and that's something that they are looking at through that process. A number of the qualifying matters cover more than one subject matter, so we've attempted to pull together the qualifying matters that rely on the same rules. So we first deal with the qualifying matters that have their origins from the decisions version of the PDP, and that first group is Te Tū Whaimana, the Waikato River, other water bodies and margins. So a number of qualifying matters relate to protecting the Waikato River and water bodies in the district, and by way of an example, the Waikato River and its margins are recognised in the decisions version and variation 3 as being an outstanding natural landscape. So I'd like to make a correction to paragraph 5.15. It should say outstanding natural landscape, and if you delete character and features. The qualifying matters in this group include the section 6A and D matters set out in clause A. It includes outstanding natural features and landscapes, which is obviously a section 6B matter, and then in clause C, the Te Tū Whaimana and giving effect to the National Policy Statement on Freshwater Management. At paragraph 5.16, I set out the requirements of the applicable rules, but I'm not going to go through and deal with and read those, but just kind of collating them all together for you.
No, thank you.
So if I move to paragraph 5.17, the Council Section 32 report explains how the rules impact on the density enabled by Variation 3. As I mentioned, in many cases the rules will still provide for the permitted 3 residential units, but will control where the units are located on the site. There may be locations where the setback would result in only 1 or 2 residential units being enabled. For example, if it was a very small site subject to some larger setbacks. And obviously the extent of the setbacks necessary to protect those features is the subject of submissions, which we will address at the substantive hearing. The second group of rules that have come through from the PDP is areas of significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna. So that's obviously a Section 6A matter that's provided for under Section 77IA. Variation 3 seeks to accommodate those areas through district-wide rules in the Ecosystems and Indigenous Biodiversity chapter. Those rules require resource consent for earthworks and Indigenous vegetation clearance both inside and outside an SNA. We've commented there that it's questionable whether those rules are actually less enabling of development, as the underlying zoning will still enable the residential development subject to those district-wide rules. And also, I've just noted there that earthworks, along with other district-wide rules, if they relate to MDRS, are identified in Section 80E2 as being related provisions, which are kind of separate from a qualifying matter. So it's again something that the 42A report author will give attention to for the substantive hearing. Just in terms of...
Can I just ask, I'm just puzzling my way through that. If the rules are less enabling of development, if that's the conclusion, are they still on the table for us to consider?
Well, if they're less enabling, they are not a technically they're not a qualifying matter, because a qualifying matter is something that enables you to modify the mandatory MDRS to the extent necessary to accommodate qualifying matter. Yeah. But things like earthworks could still be if they're a related provision, they can still be included. Yeah. These areas are not, don't have a great impact in terms of Variation 3. As notified, it impacts about 20 sites in the MRZ2, but obviously if the urban fringe is removed, a number of other sites will be captured. Yeah. So we'll need to look to see whether additional rules which are less enabling of the MDRS are required in that what is currently the general residential zone to protect those areas.
Well, I guess, just anticipating that, and on the assumption that new material comes through on that, I guess also the same issue that we talked about with Mr. Modani earlier, we're going to have to go out and seek comment on all of that as well, aren't we? So we have to allow for that expectation. Or do you think we don't have to in that instance?
In terms of...
any replacement rules consequent upon the decision not to defend the urban fringe? Yeah,
I think it's a matter that is within the Variation 3. And just in terms of that scope question that you did ask Mr. Muldowney earlier, I'm just trying to find, I think it was clause, I think you asked him, can submitters introduce new qualifying matters, or is that the sole
province of the council?
Yeah. I agree with his response, but just to add to his response, which might be of assistance to the panel, clause 100 deals with how the independent hearings panel must provide their recommendations, and subsection 2, so it's clause 100 subsection 2, states that each report must, and then in clause E, include a further evaluation of the IPI undertaken in accordance with section 32AA. Yeah. So any new provisions that are introduced via a submission or even by council through its 42 will be subject to a 32, just like in the normal Schedule 1 process. Yeah.
Well, we don't want to make work for ourselves, do we? Right.
moving to paragraph 520, sites and areas of significance to Māori. So the PDP decisions version does include specific rules to protect these sites under section 6E. So a related qualifying matter has been included in variation 3 to apply the district-wide rules in the sites and areas of significant chapter to residential development in the MRZ2. I've set out the 2 key rules there, but I won't take you through that. If I move to historic heritage at paragraph 5.1, variation 3 seeks to protect historic heritage through district-wide rules, which I've set out, although I've just noticed that clause A should be deleted. HHR1 is not a rule related to a qualifying matter to protect historic heritage, so if you just strike through clause A. Turning to paragraph 5.2, natural hazards. So variation 3 seeks to manage significant risks from natural hazards through a number of district-wide rules, which I've listed below. And having reviewed those rules, we do believe that all of the listed rules could operate to be less enabling of development than what's permitted under the MDRS.
And just remind me what a defended area is. In C, in that one, 5.2C talks about within a defended area. What's a defended area? I'm sure it's defined somewhere, is it? This isn't neighbours up in arms.
Oh, is that the defended area? Is it Runga flood?
There's a third line of C there. I'm assuming it's a defined
It will.
term.
It will be defined.
Yeah.
It's protected by
Perhaps
stop.
Mrs. Hull can.
Stop banks, for example.
Yeah, protected.
right.
This area is protected by stop banks.
Okay, well, that's an interesting use of the verb, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's right. Okay. I thought it was a palisade. Right.
So from natural hazards to infrastructure, paragraph 5.3. So variation 3 does include qualifying matters under section 77(1)(e) to ensure the safe and efficient operation of regionally significant infrastructure. So that includes the national grid, setbacks from roads, setbacks from the Waikato Expressway, and of course the rail corridor. At paragraph 5.4 we've set out the requirements of those rules. Those setbacks, the national grid setback rule is not subject to appeal in the PDP, but the setback from the roads and the rail corridor are subject to appeal by Wakakatahi and Kiwi Rail. The setbacks used in variation 3 have just been carried over from the PDP decisions version, and those in turn were carried over from the Waikato section of the operative district plan. So they've been that distance for some time.
Yeah. So jurisdictionally on those matters, those active appeal matters, I mean, those are not zoning issues. What's your advice on that? I mean, where do we get? Oh,
I'll leave
Gregory
that to, in case I cut across her.
All right, we wait in suspense.
She will address that for you.
All right, good.
So there has reverse sensitivity. So there has been some comments on reverse sensitivity this morning. Council has included reverse sensitivity in variation 3. So we've included rules that may be less enabling of development in the vicinity of a particular activities that give rise to reverse sensitivity concerns. Those qualifying matters are any other qualifying matters under clause 77J, so they need to be assessed against the additional requirements in section 77L. The particular activities or sites that we've provided for are a setback from oxidation ponds as part of a municipal wastewater treatment plant. There's an intensive poultry farming activity in River Road. There's a Tuakau industrial area and the Pocono industry buffer, so they are our reverse sensitivity qualifying matters. Again, I've set out the rules, but won't take you through that, they're generally setback, building setback rules. Notable trees is the last qualifying matter that has its origins from the PDP decisions version. So that is also any other qualifying matter under clause J. And the rules that relate to that qualifying matter are things like the removal or destruction of notable trees, activities within the drip line of a notable tree, and subdivision of land containing a notable tree. So just if I can provide a concluding comment on the qualifying matters that we've kind of incorporated from the decisions version of the PDP. The appropriateness of those rules limiting residential development in particular circumstances was considered as part of the very recent PDP district plan review process. Given the timing of the decisions version, which was released 3 weeks after the Amendment Act came into force, the Council's Section 32 report, in my view, quite reasonably adopted the PDP's panel's reasoning and then carried out the new assessments that it was required to do under the Amendment Act in terms of Section 77J and, where necessary, L. However, it's acknowledged that because of the timing of the Amendment Act, which was after the hearings on the PDP took place, the PDP panel didn't have the benefit of evidence in terms of a permitted 3x3 development across the entire general residential zone. So they were the intensification area the panel were considering was the more limited spatial extent of the MRZ, which was requested by Kaingaora, which was roughly 800 metre from the town centres. And of course the PDP panel wasn't required to turn its mind to the new assessments under the Amendment Act. So evidence supporting the qualifying matters which have its origins from the PDP decisions version will be provided by the Council for the substantive hearing. There are 2 qualifying matters which have been introduced into variation 2 which are not in the PDP decisions version. That is a setback from the gas transmission line, and I'll just deal with that firstly. So that rule for the gas transmission lines requires buildings to be set back a minimum of 6 metres. While that setback is not included in the PDP, First Gas has lodged an appeal seeking the introduction of setbacks. Ms Gregory will discuss that jurisdictional issue with you.
Can I just anticipate? Can I ask? Did the panel consider that setback at the time, or not?
We've looked at that, and the submission by First Gas wasn't as specific as its appeal. So the issue was considered, but not specifically in relation to a setback.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
And well, not complicating, but perhaps surprisingly, First Gas is not a submitter on variation 3, but they are aware of it. We are in negotiations with them. In fact, there was a meeting with them yesterday. The second...
So
they've appealed
but
seeking...
the variation introduced it.
Yes, so the variation it gives effect to their appeal in a limited way.
Right. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
You said it wasn't complicated.
Certainly the setbacks are seeking their appeal are a lot wider than what we've given, but yes. There was an acknowledgement that it was appropriate to have a setback from the gas transmission line. The second urban fringe qualifying matter that is new from the PDP is the urban fringe. This is a qualifying matter that's applied through zoning. There are no specific rules. So this is obviously a clause 77IJ, any other matter, qualifying matter. The purpose of the urban fringe qualifying matter was to limit the application of the MDRS to areas within approximately 800 metre walking catchment of the 4 town centres. and it was considered that that reflected the well-established planning and urban design principles that have been around for a number of years now, whereby you have intensification in the town centres and further out you have lower density. Just by way of a bit of a further explanation, in case you haven't had the chance to read the Section 32 report, the report states, the Section 32 report in support of this qualifying matter states that limiting intensification within this area supports the development of an efficient public transport network, active mode of transport, vibrancy and economic vitality of town centres and commercial activities while retaining housing choice in the general residential zone. So it's a bit of a mouthful.
It's the standard explanation.
So to give effect to that approach, what Variation 3 does is it rezoned areas within the walkable catchment of the 800 metres of the 4 town centres to MRZ2, which incorporates the MDRS. And that MRZ2 zone rezones the sites in those 4 towns that was MRZ in the PDP decision zone. But it also rezones an additional 440 sites, 444 general residential zone sites to better refine that walkable catchment area. The walkable catchment area from the PDP was based on modelling undertaken by Kāinga Ora. Through Variation 3, they did some further refinement to those areas and brought in those additional general residential sites. Variation 3 leaves the residential areas that are outside the 800 metre walkable catchment in those 4 towns as the general residential zone. So the MRDS is not incorporated into the general residential zone. So it effectively applies a blanket qualifying matter to the general residential zone in those 4 towns. Variation 3 also, as a result of the qualifying matter, renames the MRZ zone for Raglan and Tikawhara to MRZ1 in order to distinguish it from MRZ2, which applies in the 4 towns. And it includes a limited number of specific qualifying matters that apply to the remaining general residential zone, such as the reverse sensitivity qualifying matters that I talked about above. Given the urban fringe qualifying matter effectively prevents the incorporation of the MDRS into the general residential zone, at the time of preparing Variation 3, there's an acknowledgement that limited consideration was given to whether any additional qualifying matters would be necessary in the areas that are zoned general residential in the 4 towns. But basically the reliance was made on the urban fringe, and given the time frames that Council was working towards while trying to resolve 67 appeals, it's understandable.
Don't tell us your problem.
So, as you'll be aware, the urban fringe qualifying matter, not surprisingly, has attracted the greatest number of submissions, both in support and in opposition. Generally, the submitters who are fundamentally opposed to the Amendment Act support the urban fringe qualifying matter because it effectively prevents the MDRS from applying in the general residential zones. As explained in Mr Ebenho's evidence, since notifying Variation 3, Council has acknowledged that it is difficult for the urban fringe qualifying matter to meet the legal tests in Section 77L.
Can I ask, and I was going to ask you anyway, why is that? Can you crystallise why you think it fails to meet the requirements?
Yes, if I just turn to Section 77L. Yeah. So there's 3 separate requirements in that section. The first is you've got to identify the specific characteristic that makes the level of development provided by the MDRS inappropriate in that area, so our area. is the general residential zone. The only characteristic that's identified in the Section 32 report is the walkable catchment distance, the 800 metres. The report says it's the predominant characteristic, but actually no other characteristic is identified in that report. Our legal view is that a walkable catchment is not of itself a specific characteristic that makes an area outside the 800 metres unsuitable for development. It seems to be quite a blunt instrument to apply when you've got a mandatory direction to apply the MDRS and to the greatest extent, and only modify it through.
So if you could demonstrate that at 802 metres you can't walk, then you're there.
Yeah, so the difficulty we had is what's different between a property at 800 metres that is suitable for development and a property at 801 metres or even 900 metres. What is the special characteristic that differentiates those two properties? The second requirement in 77LB is we actually have to justify why that characteristic makes the level of development inappropriate in light of that national significance of urban development. So, you know, that's a high evidential.
Yes, and I understand.
Well, the justification identified in the 32 report is that the distance from the town centre in combination with the scale of the town means applying MDRS to the outer fringes would result in suboptimum urban design outcomes. But of course, that justification, it needs to be assessed against that national
that justifies it
significance.
inside the boundary, not outside the boundary.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
all right, that's fine. I mean, those
yeah.
fails those two legs down, basically. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
And so, and I think, you know, obviously, to be any other qualifying matter, the legal tests are deliberately difficult.
Well, and aren't you being a bit kind there?
So, while ultimately whether the qualifying urban fringe matter survives as a matter for the panel to determine, Council won't be bringing evidence to support it. The legal submissions for Ministry for Housing and Development, as indicated by Commissioner Morrison-Shaw, formally requests the Council to withdraw the urban fringe qualifying matter, and their legal submissions seem to be in reliance on case law that holds that clause 8D of Schedule 1 enables part of a plan change to be withdrawn. So, as Mrs. Embling said, there's no legal ability, we agree with her view that there's no legal ability to withdraw an IPI. That's quite clear in section 80G, talks about withdrawing an IPI. Clause 8D, which the Ministry is relying on, is not listed in section 95.2 of Schedule 1. So 95.2 sets out the procedural provisions, if you like, process provisions in Schedule 1 that still apply to an IPI, and Clause 8D is not listed in section 95.2, therefore it doesn't apply to an IPI. In response to the question about whether you can have a variation to a variation, and if Mr. Davies' phone was burning, I'm sure Council's phone would be burning also if it thought it was required to do a variation to a proposed district plan. However, Part 5 of Schedule 12, near the end,
Can I just cut this through? I mean, if council concedes that that's unlawful, isn't that an end to it?
Well, we can't withdraw it though.
Well, you don't
There's
have
no
to withdraw it,
ability to
it's just a
withdraw it.
concession.
Well, we've made that concession, but it's still live. And
Well,
I
no,
think,
you said it's difficult. You haven't made that concession.
Well, I suspect we could be more definitive about that, but I guess what the submissive evidence or legal submissions are saying is because it's still there, it's a live issue, and one way or another, it has to be dealt with.
I accept it's live, but council's position needs to be very clear to us, I think, and at the moment, you know, on the paper, you're not saying what you're saying.
Well, we will not be bringing evidence to support it because council's legal and planning advice is that it doesn't meet the legal tests. And some submitters have requested an early determination on the urban fringe qualifying matter, and we're open to that. We think that
we'll
that would
certainly
be
discuss that next week,
efficient.
and the panel will talk that one through
Yeah.
as well. Yeah. I mean, I agree.
Just to put the issue to bed about whether we can vary a variation,
Well,
Part 5 of Schedule 12, Clause 33 is a transitional provisions that are specific to a proposed district plan, and subsection 2B refers to a single variation. So, look, it's...
You're not doing it anyway, so I mean, it really doesn't matter what...
we don't want to do it.
No. But I absolutely agree that an early determination on that particular matter would make sense.
Yeah.
My only question to you is if we make that determination and make a formal finding on that, presumably that's an appealable point, isn't it? Isn't that a High Court appealable point? So
Well, there's no right of appeal.
There's no right of environment. There's no right of...
No, in fact, and we can discuss this further next Friday, but I would have, my thinking, and this is thinking loud, is that you make a recommendation to either keep the urban fringe or not. The issue is, does council then make a decision on that recommendation now or at 31 March 2024 when the remaining decisions? I think if there was a recommendation from the panel, given council's position will be very clear that we don't support it, council would be accepting that recommendation in time. But I'm not sure if we want to issue that decision separately.
Let's think about that for next week, because the immediate problem I see with that is if we can't make a determination, then we have to hear it. I don't think we have any other option. If submitters wish to pursue it, we're going to have to hear it, which means everybody's going to have to deal with the issue. So can we have a think about whether there's a way around that one? Sure.
At paragraph 515, I do set out the consequences if the urban fringe qualifying matter is deleted from variation 3, and it's effectively, I've mentioned it earlier, that we would then need to look to see what other qualifying matters we might need to introduce to protect certain features in that general residential zone. And it also relates back to the infrastructure capacity and delivery within the district. We didn't pursue the HC and Waipa approach of having an infrastructure overlay because the advice from our technical experts at that time was that there was sufficient capacity, but of course that was on the basis that the urban fringe prevented the MDRS. So that's something that we're currently looking at.
Right. And is that going to come forward as a sort of an early piece of advice, or that won't come forward until the exchange?
Yeah, Mrs. Hill probably has a closer idea of the timing, but my understanding is that the final reports are unlikely to be available until the end of May. The 42A evidence is due 13 June.
Yeah.
And, sorry, Mrs. Gregory's just told me that you haven't issued directions on those timetabling yet, but there's a draft memorandum to come to you with those timetabling. So based on the proposed timetabling, it would be very tight to be able to circulate provisions to submitters too far in advance of that 42A report. We would be hoping that we're working in collaboration with the technical experts, that while they're providing preliminary interim reports, the planners are working to reflect that, but it's just a little bit unknown at the moment.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, let's think about that when we're talking timetabling next week as well, because obviously we need to socialise that with the community, whatever you come up with, well ahead of the hearing for evidence and so on that matter. Yeah. Yeah. And there may well be, well, I haven't even thought about that. Will there be parties who might otherwise be affected who have not participated in the exercise because they thought they were home and hosed?
Well, that's the purpose of the
notification.
I was going to say the Schedule 1, which is slightly adopted for the ISPP, but Justice Foster is very clear in the Albany North decision that that is the purpose of the submission and further submission process, and it is up to submitters who are interested in something to do their due diligence, and if they're interested in it, to file a further submission.
All right.
So I think that takes us to section 6, which is matters raised in submissions and the themes report. So there's only a couple of matters here that I haven't addressed, so I'll quickly deal with that. So the first is the new qualifying matters, and the most significant includes the request to consider Tauranga Waiwai marae as a qualifying matter to both protect the marae itself and the view shafts to Topui Moanga and the Hakuramata ranges. So Council is considering the request. They've started to engage with iwi and will continue to engage with iwi on that matter. Clause E is Te Whaimana and betterment of the Waikato River. So again, we've received submissions to both increase and decrease the setback from the Waikato River that's been imposed in Variation 3 to give effect to the Te Whaimana and protect the Waikato River. Council acknowledges the importance of the river to Waikato Tainui and will work with those submitters in the coming months to try and find an agreed position.
Just a question on that one. I note that all of the councils seem to have a setback proposed from the river, but they seem to be different distances. I'd be interested in, obviously this is more of a substantive question, but what is the justification for the differences in the setbacks? Is it, because of the specific characteristics of the part of the river in the various districts, or is it something else? But yeah, just quite interested in
I know our setbacks would have been, I'm pretty sure, have been carried over from the operative plan. Plus, my understanding, Mrs. Hull will correct me if I'm wrong, we then added the MDRS setbacks onto them. So if the setback was 25 metres, we then added, say if it was a 3 metre setback in the MDRS, that's why it's 28, for example. But we'll certainly ensure that that's addressed in the Section 42A report.
Thank you.
Restricted covenants, I will, in fact I can deal with that now, as I've already addressed the infrastructure capacity matter. So I've really just provided a little bit of detail in here about restrictive covenants for the benefit of the submitters who have raised it, so that they have the benefit of, well, at least Council's legal position prior to the substantive hearing. I'll just highlight the key parts here. So at paragraph 6.2, a lot of the residential sites that have been recently developed at Pokeno are subject to private land covenants. Those covenants were provided by the developers and their status being to create high quality subdivisions. They control things like they have restrictions on the size of the dwellings and the height, so they're limited to a single dwelling only, and it prevents a site from further subdivision. they haven't been imposed as part of a condition of a subdivision consent by council. So paragraph 6.3, I've set out what I understand to be the legal issues arising from private covenants in terms of are they relevant to your decision making on or recommendations on variation 3, and if relevant, do they meet the statutory test to be a qualifying matter under section 77I. So at paragraph 6.4, in the general RMA context, the court has held that the planning authority may properly have regard to restrictive covenants to the extent they're relevant to and reasonably necessary to decide an issue under the RMA. So, given they're private covenants not imposed by council as part of a subdivision consent to address adverse environmental effects, and given we've got a very clear directive under the Amendment Act to apply the MDRE subject to qualifying matters, my submission is that private covenants are only relevant in the context of variation 3 if the characteristics sought to be protected by those covenants actually constitute a qualifying matter in that under section 77I, and that's likely to be a clause J matter. So if I just skip you to take you to paragraph 6.9, I've just set out there the nature of the features that are thought to be protected by the private covenants. It also includes things like landscaping and fencing materials, etc. And it's my submission that none of those matters would satisfy any of the qualifying matters prescribed by 77(1)A to I, being matters of national importance. So they'd have to come under the clause J, and I don't believe the characteristics are sufficiently special to justify a limit on intensification. However, in my submission, it's actually not necessary at law for the matters protected under the covenants to constitute a qualifying matter under section 77I in order for the covenants to have ongoing legal effect. And that's because regardless of what the district plan says and what the planning regime is under variation 3, the landowners who are subject to those covenants are required at law to comply with them on an ongoing basis, and if they don't, then they're in breach, and the covenants provide for liquidated damages in the event of a breach. So while the district plan may incorporate the MDRS and say yes, you can do 3x3 as a permitted activity, the landowner still has to comply with their covenant, and I think that's clear from section 23 of the RMA, which says even if something's permitted under the Act, you still are required to comply with all other laws, regulations, etc.
What's the scale of the issue, like in terms of the covenants? Obviously, you've just given us your submissions on the effect of them, but is all of the land that's qualified as being appropriate for the MDRS to apply, are they all subject to private covenants? What's the scale of the issue?
It's certainly the recent quite large blocks of land in Pocono do have basically all the existing residential, what's now brownfield, is subject to covenants. It's the greenfields that is yet to be development isn't. So I understand it is a lot, but I couldn't tell you the number of properties subject to a covenant. But that's certainly something that we council might be able to find out. I know the planning witness for Havelock Village Limited, Mark Tolamash, who's given evidence for this opening hearing, is very familiar with that Pocono area. He may have an idea of the numbers. So I'll, Ms Gregory will now deal with the response to the submitted evidence.
Ms Gregory, thank you.
Tēnā koutou. I am just going to quickly race through section 7 of our submissions before I turn to the more gnarly issue of the PDP appeals. So section 7, we've just responded to 2 additional matters. that we hadn't already addressed. The first one at paras 7.2 to 7.6 relates to the Waikato Regional Council evidence. And they raise a couple of issues in relation to our 2 properties that have been rezoned and also to the other submitters who have requested rezoning. And that relates to the application of the NPS HPL. Our submissions set out that the NPS HPL doesn't apply to our 2 zones that we've notified because the date of that is prior to the HPL coming into legal effect, but will be relevant for any submitters who are currently zone rural who are seeking inclusion within Variation 3 through their submissions. And the Regional Council has also referred to the process in the RPS for bringing land to be urban and out of sequence of the future-proof timetable. Ms Parham has referred to the 2 properties that we have rezoned. They are small properties that appear to be an anomaly, so we don't think there's an issue there, but there may be for other submitters.
They weren't specifically excised from the PWP?
No, we've had a look at the PDP decisions. What happened in the PDP is that a number of submitters sought the rezoning. As you'll see, I think surrounded by those blocks are quite large properties, and it appears that either there wasn't scope to include them, or that the panel perhaps didn't step back and look at what the map actually would look like.
You're not going to repeat that, are you? Is this an appeal point?
No, so there's no submission on those 2 properties, right. So I don't think that matter needs to be raised again. But for new submitters who are seeking to come within a relevant residential zone from the rural area, they will need to look at the provisions of the RPS and how they relate to that. And the council will do that in the 42A report.
Yeah.
So turning then to, just briefly in relation to Ryman and RVA who have provided some evidence, we've set out in our submissions that retirement villages are permitted activity in the MRZ2 zone, but do acknowledge that their submission does seek for a number of other provisions to be added in, and we will address those at the substantive hearing. So yes, turning to the relationship with the PDP appeals, essentially Section 8 of our submissions responds to the issue that was raised in the Sinlay Memorandum. And at paragraphs 8.1 to 8.4, we've set out and explained how there are now three planning instruments that are applicable to the Waikato District, and the legal effect that each of those has. We then go on to sort of to acknowledge that at paras 8.5 to 8.11, that our analysis indicates that there are 19 appeals that appear to have an overlap with Variation 3, and that the relief sought in those appeals falls into 4 categories. Those are appeals that are seeking zoning either to or from a relevant residential zone, appeals that seeking higher density rules be added to an existing residential zone, appeals that seek to amend qualifying matters, and there is an appeal that seeks to delete a qualifying matter. And actually here I'd just like to acknowledge the submissions that Mr Maldoni gave on the qualifying matter. It's not the matter itself, it's the rules that give effect to
it's not the qualifier, it's the matter.
Correct.
Yes, right.
And so that's actually the easiest appeal to deal with, because it's our submission that you do not have scope to delete a SASM from the proposed plan, but that your jurisdiction relates to the rules that are less enabling of development to protect that SASM. The most complex set of these are the appeals that seek rezoning. And so perhaps I might just deal with the other ones first and then come back to that, because I've had the opportunity to obviously review the legal submissions filed by the other parties, and they are specific to the Havelock precinct. So I'll just leave that to the end and just address the other matters, and one of them was one that you raised before. But firstly, to the appeals that are seeking to incorporate a higher density. So there's a number of appeals that assume that their property will remain general residential and they don't seek a change to that zoning, but they do seek more enabling provisions. It's our view that the incorporation of the MDRS, subject to qualifying matters, is likely to give them the relief that they are seeking in their appeal, and that you do have jurisdiction to consider that. It will then be up to the appellants to decide whether they wish to pursue their appeal. We would suggest that they don't need to.
Yeah.
The appeals that relate to the qualifying matters, it's the principle that we've adopted is that the panel has jurisdiction to consider those to the extent that the appeals relate to the relevant residential zones and the appropriateness of any of those setbacks, they're mostly setbacks from infrastructure, that they, to the extent that they meet the qualifying matter tests and that they are less enabling of the MDRS development. So those appeals are set out in table 3, which is attached to our submissions. And if I just turn to our paragraph 8.37 on page 38 of our submissions, the primary issue in relation to jurisdiction, in our view, is whether the submissions on variation 3 from Waikato and Kiwi Rail that seek the introduction of what might be considered related provisions that relate to acoustic, ventilation and vibration controls are in fact a matter that is less enabling of development and within the scope of this process. It's our view that they are not, and that those are matters that are to be determined by the Environment Court. I do note that those parties that are affected by our submission there are not part of the strategic hearing, and perhaps that needs to be addressed at the procedural matters hearing or meeting next week. In addition, as Ms Parham has set out, the appeal by First Gas seeks an introduction of a setback throughout the district to the extent that that applies within the relevant residential zones and is less enabling of development that does fall within your ambit. And we have noted that First Gas is not currently a party to variation 3. And as Ms Parham said, we're in the process of engaging with them, and I've just noted that it's unlikely we would oppose any late submission for them to be involved in this process. It's not entirely clear that they're aware that the relief sought in their appeal can be determined by this panel, but their relief seeking a setback to the remainder of the district would sit with the Environment Court. Before I turn to sort of the Havelock situation, are there any questions potentially arising from those situations?
Just so that I'm clear on 837. So part of your argument is that acoustic ventilation and vibration controls on Kiwi Rail and Waikako's infrastructure is not a related matter because it doesn't relate to a qualifying matter?
So it's not a qualifying matter in my submission because it's not less enabling of development provided in the MDRS. The question would be, is it a related matter that this panel could consider? And in that, on that matter, I think when you look at the definition of a related provision or how that is used in section 80E, a related provision at 80EB3 includes objectives, policies, rules, standards and zones that support or are consequential on the NDRS or the policies in the NPSUD. So the related provisions must be supportive or consequential to the NDRS or policy 3D. I don't think that's a black and white. There's probably some argument about, and I think you've raised this with other council about what a related matter is. But it is our submission that those are outside the scope of this panel, that's obviously a matter for you to determine.
I mean, I can see a lot of argument going on as people try to shoehorn matters into related provisions, and I think that's the key that we've got to get our heads around.
Yes.
And because, I mean, if you fail to get something in as a qualifying matter, there's an argument that you can get it in as a related provision, isn't there? So,
yes, and as you were having that discussion earlier, I did make some notes about whether a related provision must be limited to giving effect to the Amendment Act and what it requires. And then if a PDP or an operative plan is already appropriately covering that matter, whether it could be said that it's not something for this panel to be concerned about, or alternatively, if there are provisions that are not directly related to the Act, is there that risk that other people should have been part of this process if they are not aware that those provisions could have come in?
And you're going to answer all those questions for us when?
Well, in relation to these appeals, it's my view that taking those arguments that the rules relating to noise, vibration, and insulation requirements of houses within a particular distance of infrastructure is not within your scope.
Okay. Right. Well, we wait to hear from Kiwi Rail and Waikato.
And that's potentially open to you to seek their feedback on our submissions.
Just to pick up on that point before we leave it, you took us to section 80E and the definition of related provisions and how it has to be basically support or consequential on. Now, if the restrictions seeking to restrict the application, then they're not really supporting the MDRS, are they? So we're actually looking at the consequential and what's the scope of the consequential provision.
I would agree with that, yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
So let's turn now to the rezoning appeals. And I think helpfully what I can say, having reviewed the other legal submissions, is that there are no parties who agree that the rezoning itself is within your scope. All parties accept that that is outside the scope of this process.
All except us. Right.
If you would like to question me on that, I'm happy to take those questions and consider them.
Yep.
There are submissions, of course, that seek rezoning related to Variation 3. Our analysis of the appeals that we've set out on the table is that they don't follow through, with the exception of Mr Upton, which I think is a scope issue. They don't seek that same rezoning through the submission, and that is why there's this overlap where it doesn't appear to fall within your jurisdiction. It sits with the Environment Court.
Yeah. I mean, at the moment, I'm comfortable with that, and we'll just see where that goes. Yeah.
So I have, as I said, had the opportunity to consider legal submissions that were filed by Pocono Village Holdings Limited, Havelock Village Limited, and Sinlay. So as I've said, that zoning issue appears to be agreed between council. On its face, our position or our interpretation set out in our legal submissions aligns with the position from Pocono Village Holdings Limited and Sinlay in regard to the panel being required to incorporate the MDRS into the relevant residential zones and apply rules that are less enabling of the MDRS to the extent necessary to accommodate a qualifying matter. In terms of Havelock, the Havelock precinct, which is a specific area in the PDP, there is an appreciation that the parties have been involved in a process for a number of years as to what is the appropriate urban development on that land. And the PDP panel ultimately decided that part of that site should be zoned general residential, subject to a number of specific controls, including a buffer area with the industrial sites. And it was the expectation of those parties that appeals on that precinct would be determined in their entirety by the Environment Court or resolved through negotiations. The introduction of the Enabling Act has, in a sense, thrown a spanner in the works. the area zone general residential is now subject to an amended legislative regime. That's the reality. So following the exchange of submissions, I have had discussion with Council for Havelock Village Limited, and I understand that she accepts that in principle. But she can, or Mr Gribbin, I'm not sure, will address you this afternoon on what their position is. So it's our submission that the panel has jurisdiction to incorporate the MDRS into that general residential zone on the Havelock precinct site, and that you may limit development on that site subject to accommodate qualifying matters. No other density rules can be imposed unless they are supported by a qualifying matter. So just for clarification in relation to the written submissions from Havelock Village, firstly they refer to a qualifying matter being required to be of national significance, even if it's another one. I won't go through that in any detail, but I agree with the legal submissions that are being provided by Pocono Village on that issue. And at just for the reference, at 5.2b of the Havelock Village submissions, their view is that the MDRS should apply subject to site-specific qualifying matters identified through the PDP process. And in my submission, that can't be correct. They must go through this variation 3 process. So our position on this point relates in some ways to the direction sought by Sinlay in relation to what evidence, or if you can rely on the evidence before the PDP panel. And in our submission, any potential restriction on the MDRS for that area or any other area must now take account of the fact that there is an altered context. So putting aside the urban fringe qualifying matter, the residential zones in Pocono now provide for medium density outcomes, and that is not the context of which the PDP provisions were decided. Secondly, the context of the Havelock precinct itself has also changed, with an underlying assumption of medium density rather than general residential. And density can now only be limited via qualifying matters that meet the statutory tests in 77J and 77L. And these are not matters that were considered by the PDP panel. So with respect to HVL's submission on the application of the PDP provisions, we consider that there may be other qualifying matters that were not considered by the PDP panel as necessary in a general residential environment, but may be appropriate in a medium density environment, and that the current PDP controls may not meet the statutory requirements under 77J and L now. And for that reason, we consider that the evidence for the substantive hearings need to assess any potential qualifying matters against that new medium density context and the requirements in 77J and L. Evidence presented at the PDP hearings is unlikely to have done this. Now, it's obviously open to each party to determine what evidence they bring before, but to clarify, that is the Council's position on that. I do understand that discussions between the parties involved in the Havelock precinct have been ongoing, and I think Havelock Village will discuss with you today the potential of a joint memorandum or such, or the procedural hearing next week, stepping through what some of those outcomes might look like for the Variation 3 process. So if the parties reach an agreement that matter for that area, how that can be presented to the panel, and how that might be. Obviously, from our
looking for a consent order, are you?
From our perspective, the matters still need to meet the statutory tests in the Act now. So that's, I think, happy to take questions on these matters. The submissions have set out the principles that we rely on, and then have tried to provide in the tables that analysis of each appeal so that each appellant can get an understanding of what the council's position is on their appeal.
Yeah, no, thank you. And those tables are particularly helpful, even though my heart drops every time I see a table, because they're so unwieldy. But no, that was actually very helpful for me anyway, personally. Thank you both. Questions? Any other questions? I mean, we've obviously been questioning through.
No, I haven't got any questions.
Sure. So, thank you for now.
Thank you. I'll call Mr. Ivanhoe.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did have one in relation to reference to the gavel. I didn't get that at all.
Yes.
I skipped over that on purpose. It is a part of the Act which, so that relates to whether a provision has immediate legal effect. And the Act is not
My
as
conclusion
clearly...
is the drafting is so appalling.
It's
hard
to know.
Thank you, Chair.
Which way is to read it? Yes,
Within
absolutely.
Tompkins Lake, there's a different view as well.
There is as Ms. Parham's referred to, within the transitional provisions of the RMA now, the Schedule 12, there's a clause that relates to the situation that applies to Waikato with the proposed plan, and there is a section which says, for the avoidance of doubt, it's not clear where the doubt arises from or whether it creates more, but that section 86B of the Act applies to the variation, to all the rules in the variation. Now that is the standard section on legal effect, so that would state that every rule in the variation doesn't have legal effect until a decision is made. When the variation was notified, those gavels were included in reliance on 86BA, but it's not clear that they actually do have legal effect. I guess from the point of view of your role in this, I don't think it's a material issue for the panel to determine. It's one that relates to the implementation and the consenting team within the council.
Raises the question as to what on earth 86AB is supposed to be doing if in actual fact it doesn't exist. Yeah. Anyway, but you're right. We don't need to go there. Thank you. Thank you, Dave.
I invite you not to.
Okay. There you go. Yep. All right, thank you. Mr. Evans. Good to see you.
Good to see you all. Good afternoon, commissioners, attendees, participants, observers. My name is Jim Ebenhoe, or James Dillon Ebenhoe, as per the evidence, one and the same. I'm Planning and Policy Manager at Waikato District Council. Before I briefly summarize my evidence, I'd just like to request a couple corrections to the wording of my evidence in a couple places. Firstly, in paragraph 85, on pages 29 to 30, I refer to setbacks from water bodies, impervious surfaces, and subdivision standards, quote, ensuring that dwellings can be appropriately serviced for three waters in order to give effect to Te Tori Whaimana. But in light of the further work that's being done on Te Tori Whaimana and three waters related constraints, in response to submissions, I would like to change that word ensuring to increasing the likelihood that. This would make the sentence read as follows, quote, variation 3 includes standards from the PDP relating to setbacks from water bodies, impervious surfaces, and subdivision standards, increasing the likelihood that dwellings can be appropriately serviced for three waters. Secondly, I'd like to correct an error in Table 1 on page 17 of my evidence regarding the height in relation to boundary standard in the proposed district plan medium density residential zone. It should be 3 meters and 45 degrees, not 30 plus 45 degrees. In other words, replace the 0 after the 3 with the M for meters.
Mr. Ebenhoe, you're a bit quick for me there.
Oh, I'm sorry. It could be the accent.
Table 1.
Yes. Sorry,
page 17.
That. Table 1 on page 17.
The HIBR. 3 and 45.
Where it says, I believe it says 30.
Yes, it does.
45, it should be 3 meters.
Yeah.
Rather than 30.
Yeah. I thought you were being extra generous, that was all. Yes.
Pardon?
I thought you were being extra generous.
I just missed out the M.
Yes.
Yeah, it should be an M, not a 0. And just, again, before I briefly summarize the evidence, just in relation to the question from the legal discussion previously around Pocono. As of the 2018 census, Pocono was below 5,000 population. The Stats New Zealand estimate as of 2021 is that it's at 5,500. But more importantly, the other, I suppose, test in the legislation is if it's part of a combined labor or housing market greater than 10,000. And looking at the commuting patterns as per the most recent census, which we did as part of the Future Proof Partnership, Pocono was one of those areas where the commuting patterns definitely showed that Pocono was part of the Auckland housing market in a way that Raglan took up.
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
So that's another reason Pocono being in there. But maybe that clarifies that Pocono was, even if it wasn't on the cusp in 2018, certainly the growth through the new growth cells has already put it over 5.
Thank you for that.
Now, I might just take a few minutes to briefly summarize my summary and conclusion. The Waikato District is a large and largely rural district, I suppose in contrast to Hamilton City, that has been included as a Tier 1 local authority under the NPSUD due to its high growth, particularly in parts of the district close to Auckland and Hamilton. Even before the NPSUD and its predecessor came into force, residential capacity was being increased through both council-initiated and private plan changes in response to actual and forecast growth. We've tried to stay ahead of the curve in that regard. So in that context, Waikato DC has been actively involved in strategic planning for the sub-region, where agreed targets of dwelling numbers have been established in the future-proof strategy and are now being incorporated in the Waikato Regional Policy Statement via Plan Change 1, the NPSUD 2020, and the Future-Proof Strategy Update notified in October 2022. The decisions version of the proposed district plan provided the first step to achieving those targets over the longer-term 30-year horizon. In making decisions on the proposed district plan, the independent hearing panel ensured there was sufficient supply of residential housing in the district to give effect to the requirements of the NPSUD and to meet that statement's primary objective, to provide for well-functioning urban environments. The decisions version achieved this in part by introducing a medium-density residential zone located within the walkable catchments of town centers, meaning that the currently weak demand for this housing type in the district is able to support and be supported by the town centers and to lessen the dependence on motor vehicle travel, particularly single occupancy vehicles. Now, the proposed district plan decision version does provide sufficient capacity for the district in a way that gives effect both to the NPSUD and the sound planning principles of focusing intensification in and around town centers. Put simply, the PDP decisions version already provides for intensification in 6 of the district's largest towns in a sustainably managed way. With this in mind, as the proposed district plan decisions version already exceeds the market feasible supply of residentially zoned land, there's no urgent need for additional housing capacity in the district at this time. However, in response to the mandated Enabling Housing Act, Council has been required to introduce a variation. As you know, variation as notified included the urban fringe qualifying matter to ensure a well-functioning urban form as provided for in the proposed district plan was achieved, and to tailor those intensification requirements to achieve the best possible outcome for the district's qualifying towns. As a result of the variation as notified, the supply of market feasible land with that urban fringe qualifying matter would be 3.5 times greater than the total projected demand over the long term. However, as you're aware, a number of submitters have challenged the legality of the urban fringe qualifying matter. We've considered that, and while we have sought to continue a compact intensification approach as notified, we accept the Enabling Housing Act as drafted, or as written, disregards those sound planning principles, and it's difficult to achieve our desired outcomes within that constrained and onerous legislative framework. If that qualifying matter is removed, as discussed in my evidence, the feasible supply then exceeds demand by almost 7 times. Whilst this exceedance is likely to be reduced in response to submitters seeking additional provisions, particularly to better give effect to Te Ture Whaimana o Te Awa o Waikato, the vision and strategy for the Waikato River, and other qualifying matters, the supply is still expected to far exceed the supply under Variation 3 as notified, as well as to exceed expected demand. Given this context, all of the Council's remaining qualifying matters are important in allowing the promotion of well-functioning urban environments without meaningfully restricting housing supply. I'll take the rest of my evidence as read, and I'm happy to answer questions any of the commissioners may have.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ebenhower. Just on that last point, of just query on that one. I mean, if in actual fact you, for the sake of argument, the urban fringe is gone, and you're saying there's now 7 times the feasible demand, or what does it matter if that is the case? Because demand in actual fact won't fill that up. What's the flip side or the downside of allowing that to happen?
The downside of allowing, sorry.
Basically, it's open slather at that point. If you've got 7 times the capacity is 5 times the 7 times the feasible demand. Obviously, it's not going to be under any pressure anyway.
I mean, we have discussed that question of how much does it matter whether we have an urban fringe or not, given that the demand is so low, it might not really happen anywhere. Yeah. I guess one of the things we were aware of is that sometimes development will just happen where an individual developer may see an opportunity, and while the cumulative demand may still be quite small across the district or in a town, you might still get some ad hoc outcomes in particular places that prove to be quite difficult to service, or might put the residents in a situation where they could have better outcomes being located within a walkable catchment. So, one approach is, well, it doesn't matter because the demand's not there anyway. I guess the point we're making is that we have flexibility, given the supply-demand equation, to look at these qualifying matters and the submissions in relation to those, to look at those quite closely and ensure that we do tailor it within the bounds of the legislation without in any way constraining supply.
I guess we're a bit in the dark because we haven't seen your argument yet with respect to infrastructure or any of those other issues that you're bringing forward. So that's. But I guess I'm just throwing out to you Mr. Osborne's economic proposition that in actual fact the maximum market flexibility is generated by the least control, which is an ecologic, an economic a priori basically. So. But so we wait to see what your counter with respect to the removal of the urban fringe might actually look like. So good. Dave.
In table 2 and 3, you've got some. I guess they're sort of like draft numbers because you say that market economics are doing some more work for you. It's on tables 2 and 3 on page 21. But those numbers aren't going to change too much, are they?
We're not expecting the numbers to change. We've documented our assumptions. We may look at slightly different assumptions around minimum lot size in the if we remove the urban fringe, for example, because I think we have assumed a certain lot size there. It could be smaller, so they may change to a degree, but it won't change the story, I wouldn't expect.
Down at paragraph 70, expressing your view on MDRS. At the top of page 26, you say the enabling housing act may damage the already vulnerable reputation of medium density housing in New Zealand. Can you expand a bit on that for me?
Sure. I mean, this is my professional view that medium density housing can be done well. Of course, it can be done poorly. New Zealand is sort of at the early stages of the learning curve around medium density housing compared to some other parts of the world, and some of the early attempts have not, and/or attempts from elsewhere in the world are showcased as pretty poor examples. So, while we have an urban design protocol and quite a bit of guidance around what is good medium density housing, there are probably equal numbers of poor examples and good examples if you poll the general populace. So I guess the point I'm making there is that if people end up being unhappy with the location, whether because they're living next to something that they feel is not appropriate, or they're living within it and they feel like, well, this isn't giving me the situation I want it to be in with respect to access, et cetera, it's just not going to enhance it. So I guess medium density housing needs to be done well, particularly at this early stage, and it's relatively early stage development in New Zealand.
Do you think the extent to which it's done well or not well derives from the difference between, you know, what you've provided for, which is, well, we are going to do it, and most of it's going to be here. It's not going to be spread around. So that sort of concentrated example versus, you know, sort of dotted around the place. Is it better that it's all done in one place?
I think so. I mean, I think for certain communities it is. I mean, for the towns that we're looking at in the Waikato District, where we barely have any medium density housing in the likes of Huntly, Ngāruawāhia, Pokeno, et cetera, this is a new thing. We have some of the town centres, for example, Pokeno, that are struggling to keep up. You know, there are ice cream shops and bacon and that sort of thing, but even the public realm is struggling to keep up. So, yeah, I think all else being equal, demonstrating that this medium density housing works initially, you know.
What capacity does the council have in terms of its in-house expertise to sort of look at designs and give people guidance or give them a bit of stick?
Well, my understanding is it is largely, you know, that design guidance. There isn't a lot of design control aside from the usual bulk location standards, et cetera, in the district plan. So we're largely giving people an envelope within which to work, and the design guidance is not mandatory for the most part at all in our district. Which isn't to say we couldn't look at it further, but you know, typically guidance.
Well, it may become a priority, I guess.
Nigel?
Yes, Mr. Ebano, regarding flood hazard, can you just explain how much of an issue you see that being for Waikato District, and whether the notifier's proposed plan provisions are suitable in your view, take into account, you know, the MDRS requirements?
I'm a little bit reluctant to state my view on the adequacy of the PDP provisions. I mean, those are the Commissioner's decision, and I understand they're under appeal. So I do think that in general the district, you know, as you know, a lot of our communities are situated on the river, and those that aren't, there's some quite vulnerable ones on the coast, Raglan and Port Waikato being examples, and one of them being Port Waikato being on the river itself. Yeah, I probably don't want to go farther than that, other than to say that one of the reasons our proposed district plan proceeded in 2 stages is because we put in a lot of effort to get that stage 2 on natural hazards and climate change as right as we could in terms of what we notified. And there are some parties who think perhaps we could go further, and others who might see it as a bit restrictive, but a lot of work has gone into it. Could I be more helpful?
Yeah, well, perhaps it's more, you didn't see any need to do more work in response to the Enabling Act. In other words, with more intensive development and what implications that might have on the flood risk.
I think within the scope of what we can do between now and the substantive hearing, I'd like to see if we could have a closer look at that. I mean, certainly our minds have been sharpened in the past couple of weeks among other things.
Yeah, okay.
There were numerous things that crossed our mind in the relatively short time we had to prepare the variation that didn't necessarily make it into this.
Sure. I mean, I took from what Ms. Parham earlier said quite helpfully, which was really used the walkable catchment as a proxy for basically the hard line with respect to intensification. And you're now having to go back and bring some of the other stuff forward. So,
right.
Yeah. So we look forward to that. We good? So thank you, Mr. Avenham.
Thank you.
And Ms. Parham, is that?
Thank you. That finishes the opening for the council, sir.
Thank you very much for today anyway. Right. Now, you see Mr. Eccles has taken his tramping boots off, so are you up next, are you?
I think so, sir.
Yes. It's good of you to fly in today.
Tried to make it earlier, sir. So I apologise if I look a little bit underprepared on the paperwork front, but I literally drove straight here from Auckland Airport with a change of clothes on the way. So.
If you'd rung us earlier, I'd have told you we were well behind, so you shouldn't have
Yeah,
so much. But yes, no, yeah.
That's right.
Now, just, I mean, is the themes and issue team want to come up and do a combined presentation? Just in the
Probably
interest.
be efficient to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure there's a lot that we need to be asking you, the three of you, but let me provide you, the three of you, with an opportunity to briefly tell us what you want to tell us first of all.
We did sort of have a bit of a talk amongst ourselves a week or 10 days ago about how we might do this. Obviously, we're available for any questions if you have any. But I suppose we just thought the value would be, has anything come out of the evidence and the legal submissions that have been provided since we cumulatively wrote our report that we want to raise with you and so on. I'll kick off and if I say anything that cuts across the others, they can give me an elbow in the ribs or something like that. But I think to begin with, so I have managed to read all the legal submissions and the evidence, and there's nothing new coming out of it, but what it has done, I think, for me anyway, is reinforced some things that I think need to be addressed in a sort of a conferencing type setting that would help the panel moving forward. I read with interest the evidence from the Retirement Village Association and the planning and the legal submissions there, and it's an interesting, I think it's worth more discussion, what they're talking about in terms of they think that the in for the retirement village specific type provisions is because retirement villages are just another way of doing a multi-unit development of 4 units or more, and then moving along, but also, in their view, a demographic specific provision is warranted under the NPSUD for well-functioning urban environments and so on. I think, and it also goes...
Are you promoting Gold Card as a qualifying matter, are you? Is that what you're saying?
No, they are, sir. I might be in one at some stage, but that's fine. But it also goes to, I think, what you were talking about with one of the previous witnesses about, and it's a little bit of scope, but it's also about what's a relevant matter or it's not the right word, but and so this is very much in that realm, I think. So I think it'd be worthwhile the planners having a bit of a think about that and maybe coming back to you with some agreements and disagreements, sort of a thing on that. I also think that in reading Kāinga Ora's submissions and evidence, and this is probably no surprise to anyone, that there's value in, I think, the planners, but council, particularly Hamilton City and Kāinga Ora and probably Waikato Tainui, and anyone else interested, getting around the table and seeing where there might be alignment or not on things, that would be of assistance, I think, to the reporting team and also probably the hearing panel. It looks to me like, so Hamilton City has notified a plan change, and Kāinga Ora and others have said what they've said, but I think there needs to be a bit more about, okay, well, how might this more nuanced approach actually look, because I don't know how that might look. And then issues, what we tried to do in the report as well was just raise or pose these issues of scope and things that you might need to think about, and you've got a process in place to do that, so I won't carry on too much about that, but whatever comes out of that may well make it a bit more efficient in a reporting sense going forward as well. I think just Commissioner Morrison-Shaw, you just asked a question before, and I might be able to help a little bit from the Hamilton City point of view about the river setbacks and how they come about. For Hamilton City at least, they're largely come about through sort of hazard functions, flood hazard and stability and that sort of thing, with the added nuance, I suppose, that the river is not naturally flowing. The amount of water that flows down the Waikato River is governed by the Waikato Hydro Scheme, and there's a consented operating range, and it's how much can go through Karapiro and so on and so forth. So that may help a little. But other than that, I don't really have nothing's jumped out at me that's I really need to raise with you. So I'll hand over to my colleagues if there's anything jumped out for them.
Well, they're looking quizzical. I'm not sure about that. Yes. Mr. McGann, do you want to pick it up next?
Yeah, similarly, I suppose the key thing to update from the Waipa perspective, and we're time critical, I suppose, but Ms. Embling indicated that we were in the process of engaging with submitters, some submitters, and so, yeah, in terms of the evidence that's been brought forward, nothing particularly new in that, but there are some important matters that we are keen to navigate, with the likes of Waikato Tainui, for instance, and around the financial contributions piece, relating to Te Tiriti Whaimana in particular. Obviously, Kāinga Ora has submitted quite strongly in terms of, I suppose, what it sees as a good urban pattern for the townships of Waipa. So there's an ongoing conversation that will occur there. And yeah, aside from that, Waikato Regional Council is another party we're yet to engage with, but certainly keen to sit down with them in the very near future as well in terms of some of the matters that has been raised in both the submission and the evidence. And as you're aware, Plan Change 1 has followed these particular plan changes, so there's a bit of a process just to make sure we're well lined up there. But yeah, beyond that, yeah, just acknowledge the point about the Retirement Village Association, the matters they've raised. It's a matter we are having to look at in relation to Waipa also. And yeah, probably warrants some further discussion, but I would note that the proposed medium density residential zone certainly doesn't limit the ability for retirement villages to come forward as a restricted discretionary activity. It's just how far we can go in terms of the medium density residential standards. I'll probably leave it there.
Phil?
Tēnā koutou katoa. The only sort of additional matter that I wanted to raise was we've obviously got a challenge to look at what happens with the relinquishing of the urban fringe qualifying matter, and I just wanted to provide an example of that. In Huntly East, we have a mine subsidence area that is currently within the general residential zone because it sits outside the urban fringe qualifying matter. So that's a matter that we would need to relook at in respect of whether that area of land is suitable for the medium density residential standards as anticipated through the MDRS. So those are the sort of thought processes that we'll be going through. And similar to, as mentioned, we're very keen to engage with submitters. We have put emails out to people, and everybody that we've contacted is keen to engage as well. We've sort of been focusing, I suppose, on this hearing, so that we intend to ramp up that engagement after this hearing.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I think we do have a combined friend of submitted, don't we, somewhere? For this process, or is one of my other ones?
Yes. No, there is. It's kinetic environmental.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Any questions of any of those there?
Yes, on one of the Kāinga Ora submissions, one in relation to high density residential zone. core of your towns. Because that links through to policy 3D, doesn't it, in terms of what's commensurate with what goes on in terms of the level of commercial activity and community services. And of course 3D sits in a hierarchy, doesn't it, of sorts anyway. I mean, the suggestion is that above that levels about 6 stories or at least 6 stories is what you go for. I mean, I'd imagine your number may not be anywhere near that. But in terms of height, you can tell me in a minute, but in terms of height, I mean, if it was 6 stories in any one of those towns, I mean, what would be the issues with a building of that height?
Well, my understanding is that Kainoa have sought a height of 24.5 metres in the townships, and I think it's similar in for Waipa as well. And if we look at our existing zones, our town centre zone and our commercial zone, the maximum height permitted in there is 12 metres. A lot of our existing buildings are not of that height, and so if we look at the term commensurate, then what we've probably already got is looking pretty commensurate. But we will definitely look at that matter again in respect of the evidence that we're preparing for a Section 42A hearing, including going and having a survey of those towns and looking at the services that are currently provided within the towns as well.
So that measure of commensurateness, how does that work out? I mean, there's some usual parameters that experts relate between areas of commercial activity and community services and residential space, and how much you need within a given area. Is that sort of why it works?
Yes, that's the framework that we'll be exploring further through the Section 42A report, yes.
Just a follow-on question from that. In terms of the commensurate, what is commensurate looking back at, or looking at what's currently there in terms of existing development, or are you looking forward like the plan does for 10 years? So where is the line for determining what is commensurate?
Yes, yeah, no, that's a good question, and that's something that we'll be putting our mind to through the evidence that we're presenting. Thank you.
It's similar for Waipa as well. Looking at the lifetime of the district plan versus what there's currently, looking at 3D in the context of, is that, how forward-looking is 3D in fact? It talks a lot about what's there now. So we just need to balance some of this up and I think carefully consider it in relation to that part of the hierarchy,
Nigel, Nigel? No? Okay, all right, that's it. All right, well, thanks, and I mean, let me just add, I think the 42A was helpfully structured. I mean, you just managed to avoid telling us how to suck eggs, but I mean, you came fairly close to it, but you just got there, I think.
Thank you.
But yes, giving us the benefit of your thinking in terms of what you think we should be doing is actually quite a helpful way to proceed. So thank you for doing that, the three of you. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you. All right. So you can go home now.
Thank you.
I think we're now at break time, are we? Yes. I guess just formally we should note there are two tabled documents, aren't there? One by Adare and Rangatahi Limited and one by Transpower. So those are tabled. I think those are generally available, aren't they?
Circulated.
Yeah, they've circulated. All right, so let's get Havelock a little bit earlier if we can. Let's take
for a break. I'll see who I can communicate.
Yep, we'll aim to be back here around about past, but if you get a signal saying they're not going to be ready till 1:45, let us know. Right, thank you. It's adjourned till at least past anyway. Can you hear me, Ms. Abbott? Can you hear me? We can see you.
Yes, I can. Thank you, Commissioner Hill.
Right.
Can you hear us?
Yep. There's a bit of a delay, so no worries about that. We have read your evidence, both yours and Mr. Tolemash's evidence, so you don't, statements I should say, your legal submissions and the evidence. So don't feel that you have to read it. We would prefer you not to. And over to you.
Thank you very much. That's understood. We did, or I had the benefit of catching the first part of the session this morning. Understand that you are obviously trying to make up time and gallop through things today. It seems that you're achieving your goals, so well done. And I've let Mr. Tolemash know that that's the case, and we'll endeavour to stick to the programme. We also have had the benefit of dipping in and out of the hearing today, so we're trying to keep up with the proceedings. We haven't heard everything, but we'll try not to repeat matters as far as we understand they've progressed. But first things first, I just do want to confirm who we represent, which is Havelock Village Limited. As you know, we've filed legal submissions and evidence, which really were at the time focused on, from our perspective, what we saw as the key strategic matter going into this process as we understood it on from our client's perspective. We are particularly focused on the Waikato District Variation 3 and in its application to Pokeno, where our client has a significant land holding in the southwest area of Pokeno, and in fact a new urban growth area there. We've been involved with our client in an urban expansion proposal through the PDP for now over 5 years. The upshot is that the urban fringe qualifying matter that was proposed in the notified variation effectively removed any application of any uplift through the legislation for that land holding. This was obviously of some concern to us, and this is why we're here before you, signalling that we thought that was a significant strategic issue and why we chose to appear at the strategic level, just to signal that as a major issue. Now, things have evolved really quickly and quite significantly on that matter. And in some respects, a lot of our legal submission and evidence are somewhat, I think, been overtaken by events. So I don't really think I need to go through that in any great detail. It seems to me that the legal position that we've outlined in submission is not contested. And in fact, everyone seems to be in agreement, but perhaps not as forcefully saying it to you as I will, that we see the position is unlawful. And that is because it hasn't been justified with the necessary analysis or evidential basis. We don't see that evidence is forthcoming, and in fact the Council's confirmed it won't be. So that is our answer to that particular question. I'm aware, of course, that the panel is entitled to make a decision on that. So for that reason, we have in fact provided a merits-based evaluation on that matter, and Mr. Tolemash has covered that in his evidence. I don't intend to cover that because he speaks to that much more eloquently, and I'll leave that to him. So I will actually move on really, because I think if you will agree, I think the procedural issues are now the most pressing in terms of how we move forward. If you are comfortable, I might just turn to that.
No, very comfortable with that, so yes, thank you.
It sort of seems to me that we are left in a position now, and it's rather unfortunate because we, of course, had been in a position where our sole objective had been to, challenge the merit of this qualifying matter, and now if that is left it is wanting, we always knew that, but if that is to be swept aside, we're left with a state of flux and actually a vacuum. And the question, I guess, in all of our minds is, well, what next? It seems to be a suggestion that, well, we can deal with this leading into the substantive hearing by, you know, calling new evidence and dealing with it then. But to me, that is a really unhelpful, that's unkind. That to me is not an efficient outcome, and I wonder if we could be perhaps a little bit more proactive. And I wonder, given all the very capable planners that we seem to have lining up at this hearing, whether we could get a direction from the panel, if it were minded, to get some of the interested planning experts together to do some conferencing on what some appropriate qualifying matters might look like if that urban fringe were to fall away. Of course, I think the key step before we were to direct that conferencing would be some interim direction, perhaps from this panel, on the urban fringe matter itself. I was reflecting today on the Auckland Unitary Plan approach and the interim guidance on the RPS. Commissioner Hill will be familiar with that approach, and I think that that might be a very sound precedent to follow here, to give all parties the necessary direction of travel so that they can move forward and start working on those next steps. So I think in terms of process, and I'm more than happy to talk to my learned friends about how this might all fall into place and come back to you, might be something along the lines of some guidance on the merits or legality of that particular urban fringe qualifying matter, and if that were to move, what we would do next in order to set up a planning conference or otherwise to put something else in place so that we can move forward into the July hearing a little bit more prepared, if that's one way of putting it. So that's the one process issue I see on the variation itself. There's another interaction with the proposed plan appeals which I want to come to, but perhaps I'll just pause there in case you had any questions on that one.
Not a question, thank you for the suggestion. We have scheduled, of course, a session Friday week to look at timetable and other issues. And certainly I think that this issue that you're talking about, the urban fringe matter, and how we address that and how we address the whatever supplements might come forward, ought properly to be part of that discussion. So, and I've got I've got 3 nods on the council bench, so there seems agreement on that. So, I mean, I would invite you obviously to have a conversation in the next day or so and put some thoughts together, and they can be wheeled through to us so that we can distribute those for Friday week's conversation.
Absolutely, thank you. I should say actually that I have been in contact with the council, but the nature of this timetable, and we were exchanging submissions at the same time, complicated of course with nature intervening over the past couple of days, and I know that's caused havoc for many of us, has meant that we probably haven't had as much time as we'd like to iron some of these issues out. So I appreciate the extra time, and we'll do our best to come back to you with a clear pathway forward. Just coming to the second issue, which relates to the interaction of the this process of the IPI and Variation 3 and the PWDP appeals. I've heard a few comments today, and there has been an exchange of legal submissions or memoranda from other parties. I think standing back from the comments that have been made in submission and in oral submission, I would just make the observation that I don't actually think the parties are that far apart in terms of their interpretation of the legal requirements between the interaction between the two processes. The concern, if I can share it, is the distinction between the parties that are involved in this process and the number of parties involved in the appeal process. Havelock has been working for a long time with a number of parties in the substantive appeals who are not present or represented here. There is the Pocono Community Group, numerous iwi representatives. We have a Mana Whenua forum and group who we've met with regularly for a sustained period. We've done numerous site visits. There are multiple other parties, and I am not trying to say that we are above the law or below the law or outside of this forum, but I guess my impression, I just wanted to just signal to you that there's been a lot of work done. So it's just that these things are difficult and complex, and I guess I was hopeful that we could come up with a system which allowed us to move forward through that negotiation process, which is ongoing, and hopefully use that to inform this variation as well, without the two being too overly segregated or formulaic and sort of having that very hard jurisdictional limit. I also, from past experience, I sometimes find that the Environment Court doesn't take nicely to being told that they don't have jurisdiction over certain matters. So was probably slightly more reticent to say that they don't have powers to do certain things. You know, I've learnt that the hard way. So yes, that's sort of where I guess, if anything, I had a slightly different view to others about who had the ultimate say on what. I do understand though that people need certainty about where things are going to be decided and where they should bring evidence, and which hearing they should turn up to, because I understand there's also a concern that we're going to try and slip one past the gatekeeper, so to speak. And so we've reached out to Sinleigh's council this morning. We've assured them, had the similar conversation and assured them that we really do want to make sure this all works for everybody. I think that was helpful. We've also talked to council for the Waikato District Council. I know that we're all trying to work this out on the fly. The legislation is not ideal. So I do hope that with the benefit of a few more days, we could put together a bit of a pathway. The issue I see is one of timing. It may be that we resolve a settlement of sorts, or a more aligned package of provisions on the substantive appeals that we could use to inform this process by July. I see that as would be really helpful. To inform that, your interim guidance would be even more helpful. But in any event, that's I'll just put that out there. But that's sort of where I was hoping we might end up. Realistically, I think you probably will end up issuing a decision before the court, but we need to cater for both sides of the coin. I sort of see it as a bit of a decision tree. If this happens, we go this way. If this happens, we go that way. But I just need to step that through, talk to the other parties, and get everyone on the same alignment. So I was hoping to probably prepare a draft memorandum and circulate that, and then report back to you next Friday, just signalling where we got to, and then if anyone disagrees, we can take it from there. So that's where I'm at, and hopefully that will flush out any remaining differences. But I suspect we're probably closer than we think in terms of how these two should interact.
Well, thank you for that, and obviously we encourage agreement on those matters, and we're unlikely to unpick any agreement that you come to in terms of those issues. So you have our encouragement. Whether you get our guidance is another matter, but you've got our encouragement.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I just, well, at that point, unless you've got any further questions for me, actually there is one thing I do want to correct in my legal submissions, because it has become a bit of a unnecessary focus. It was just at paragraph 3.11 of my main submissions. there has been some comment led by Havelock Village Holdings, I believe, that, and it is unfortunately phrased in that paragraph 3.11, that we say that a qualifying matter must have a threshold of national significance. I think that must be a hangover from an earlier draft, because actually at 3.7 and 8 and 9, we actually talk about the fact, I think in a more nuanced sense, that the policy significance of a site-specific matter would need to be akin to that of the significance of urban development to outweigh that as a qualifying matter. And I think that's a better way of expressing it. So if we could just delete 311, I think that will remove any confusion. The point really being that a qualifying matter, a site-specific qualifying matter, would need to be of some policy significance to outweigh the national significance attributed to urban development.
Deletion is always easier than addition, so happy to do that.
No problem.
Right.
Yeah, as I said, that's probably enough from me, and I will hand to Mr. Tolamash to deal with the substantive planning matters on this, unless you have any further questions for me.
No, I think we're happy for Mr. Tolamash to be eloquent, I think was your expression.
Indeed. Thank you.
But not loquacious.
Well, Mr. Chair, given that it's all pre-read, and I understand there's been a lot of discussion in the morning, I might just summarise a little bit of my thinking and the process associated with this, because I think while there has been a lot happened today and a lot happened last week, when I was looking at these matters in terms of writing this evidence and just acknowledging that the evidence was just on that matter of that single qualifying matter, as opposed to the whole spectrum of issues that are going to be dealt with down the track. Yeah. And what I was acknowledging is that, notwithstanding discussions this morning, Variation 3 has been notified. There are public submissions on the matter, of qualifying matter. There is a Section 32 analysis that's been proffered in support of that. And so what I wanted to do was to work step by step through an analysis of that, but also analysis of the merits of that qualifying matter. And I might not have achieved it in a sense of brevity. 20 pages later on one matter is a bit of depth, but it was there acknowledging that there is a lot of documentation on the table, and it is not simply just the council not preparing further evidence on the matter, it's addressing the paperwork that's before us and before the community. So that was my thinking about the process. Then I wanted to work through what I consider the most important strategic documents to test the merits against. I acknowledge it's not the full spectrum, but I was looking at the ones that the council particularly had focused on and needed to look at what my opinion and advice to you would be on that. So probably just at the outset is 800 metres to me is just a number. It's not a red line in the sense of thou shalt not go any further. I think there's a lot of nuance around walkability, accessibility. There's a significant debate. I think some commissioners may be aware that I've been involved in the Drury plan changes where walkability, cyclability, micro-mobility has been a significant part of what is a well-functioning urban environment. And there is no definitive view amongst all the experts landing on a number. I think that's the important thing, because the statistical analysis, the analysis by Auckland Transport, other parties, I'm aware of evidence also presented in IPO processes in Wellington, is saying that walkability and accessibility is a spectrum. And from children to active adults, right through to can you afford a mobility scooter to a bike. So in this idea, the qualifying matter put up a proposition that there was unsuitability for land outside the 800 metres. I don't agree with that. I think there's a nuance where some locations are vastly superior than other locations. But when I started to say it's not just about walkability to a main street, it's actually your accessibility of jobs, employment, schools, parks, facilities, you suddenly start to look at the four main towns of Waikato and say, actually, through all of those residential areas, there's a spectrum of exceptionally good accessibility to, it's okay, you can live with it. Is it fundamentally adverse? No. And that to me is really important, that not dealing with adverse effects from allowing for growth in the towns. The towns themselves are actually part of the solution for the district to manage growth. And they've gone through their processes, particularly in the district plan, of saying that these are well-functioning urban environments. You can achieve that outcome through the resource consenting and the development process. So I think that was really important to provide you with another document that had a 32 analysis to it. So that was before you could weigh that up in the decision-making process against the documentation you've already read. Other thing I really looked at, and you see it in the evidence, and I've used Pocono as an example, but I have looked and understood the other three towns in the Waikato district. So obviously, I know the evidence has used Pocono as an example, but I'm familiar with the other settlements. When you start to look at the impact of, and real impact, and I did some little back of the envelope numbers just in my head today, you know, those greenfield growth areas, approximately 2,000 houses. They'll take 10 to 15 years to develop. If those 2,000 houses are all 450 metre squares, they're all 3-4 bedroom family homes, and then we're only allowing a variety of housing types in a small area, of which still a great proportion of those will be 3 to 4 bedroom family homes. And over that 10 to 15 year period, we could have between 75 and 150 dwellings, of which only a portion would actually have a variety of price points, a variety of sizes, and addressing the demographics. And I see that as really an important stark contrast to say the opportunity for these towns to be well-functioning is to serve their demographics, to serve their populations, to move away, and I fully admit 10, 15, 20 years ago, I wrote some of these 450 metre square rules from planning monoculture. And I think, to me, if we, I don't like using the word the intention of the Act, because that's not planning, but if we look at what the Act is asking us to think about as planners, is that full spectrum of our communities. And so my evidence, just using that little example, that stark contrast of saying, we're talking about 5% of the land having to accommodate all of that variety and price points, and we're accepting that 95% of the land is going to be the same thing we've produced for the last 15 or 20 years. And as a planner, I'm sitting there looking at those objectives and policies, and particularly the new ones introduced by the Regional Council regarding housing choice, variety, affordability, and saying, do those methods actually achieve those objectives? And that was part of my analysis, was to break that down in a little bit more detail.
And very useful too, let me just add. Certainly, obviously, others have taken notice of the conclusions that you've drawn on that, and obviously part of the reason why not only, well, let me stop there. I won't go into people's intentions either. Anything else you want to add to your statement?
No, I don't think there's anything, and I'm aware of the time as well.
Yep, no, don't worry about that. Let me worry about that, but questions, Dave, have you any questions of
yes, thank you, Mr. Tolomash. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Right, okay.
I can't see you.
Yeah, we can't see you.
You just can't see
me.
me.
You could shuffle over to Commissioner Hill's spot.
Okay. The council talked earlier today about with the likely withdrawal of the urban fringe as a qualifying matter, there may be other QMs to consider that would affect Havelock Village. And I think you might have referred to or acknowledged that yourself in your evidence. What might they be?
So I do acknowledge that there will be an array of qualifying matters. We're not starting from scratch, but we do need to go back to some first principles if the city fringe qualifying matter is not sustained, and actually look at these communities and that list of qualifying matters. The most immediate one that comes to my mind that is very much front and centre for Waikato communities is infrastructure. So while I accept all the Section 6 issues, and there's an array of those through these communities, infrastructure is very important to understand. Now, obviously, I haven't had a chance to turn my mind to those matters in a lot of detail. And I think from my perspective, and just being involved in some of these processes where there might have been a change in direction during the process, i.e. we found a better way of doing this, or there's a concession, bringing the planners together to brainstorm that, to give you the best position of advice, I think is very important. I've seen that being incredibly successful. I won't presume that I have all the answers as well. There are people who are involved in the cold face of infrastructure provision and other matters who have a valuable contribution to make as well.
Okay, that's fair enough, and I think probably it's appropriate not to take that any further because it's a matter of detail, and you are going to be talking to colleagues on that.
Just before you leave that point, though, can I just confirm, Ms. Tolmos, when you use the word infrastructure, you're using the definition of the Act, not the definition of the Local Government Act? So you're referring to hard infrastructure, not social infrastructure as inclusive?
Oh, correct. The Resource Management Act, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Definition. When I say that, I'm talking about water supply and wastewater as absolute fundamentals for these smaller communities. Yeah. They have systems that need regular upgrades, and they are dependent on other processes.
But is it more than 3 waters that you're referring to?
I think that's that next part of the process, and I'll accept that there could be traffic limitations, there could be stormwater limitations, for example, that need to be considered in terms of understanding the layers of qualifying matters. I think the issue with Variation 3, because it covers such a very distinctly small area in terms of the 800 metres, the Council's Section 32 didn't really have to turn its mind to 90%, 80% of the rest of the town, where there is a very mix of potential issues that could be qualifying matters. And so I would suggest that the process of actually expert caucusing or bringing the planners together to discuss that list of qualifying matters, what are they, what are the issues, how are they best represented, are there existing maps and layers particularly, can assist with that.
Your primary focus is obviously through your client. You just mentioned a minute ago that you feel that your arguments are equally applicable to the other 3 towns. Are you saying that most of your evidence could be pretty much applied to those other towns? I mean, they all have their own sort of geographic peculiarities, don't they?
They do, but I'm quite familiar with the 3 other towns. So I wrote my evidence not to give, if I was aware of a contradictory situation, those other 3 towns to Pokeno, I would have outlined that to you. Very cognizant of that issue. So I think with that, I believe the general premise of the growth opportunity, diversity of housing, price points, we're talking about towns that have a strong record of growth over the last 10 years. They are all over 5,000 people. They've got a range of town centres, social opportunities, facilities. They've got a mixture of public transport opportunities. I'll accept that. There's a spectrum there, absolutely. But I'm making that clear distinction from the small rural villages, if I use that term, that are clearly quite different animals in terms of the way they exist and support their own communities.
It comes through in your evidence a number of times that you support density as important in achieving a well-functioning urban environment, to use the words out of the MPS. But on the other hand, I mean, the more you spread that opportunity for intensification, you're going to lose that density that you might achieve you might achieve better if it was staged.
I don't necessarily agree with that because from my experience, particularly if we look at an existing brownfields area, not all areas develop at the same pace and speed. They develop it based on the landowner's needs and wishes. And my experience to date in many of our communities, our brownfields, you see a change in sites between 1% and 2% over decades. It's very slow growth. In respect to greenfield areas, because obviously they get developed once capital goes into those areas, you don't see a house that was built last year getting ripped up and replaced by 3 houses. That opportunity provided for at the front end, I think, is very important. And the example of Pocono, again, is about 90% of Pocono's housing capacity or housing opportunity in the next 30 years is reliant on those greenfield areas. So I'm not discounting the staging, but I think there's some cost and benefit analysis that will have to be done by the planners to look at whether that was also a valid approach.
Okay, well, maybe that can be looked at in the context of, you know, just how far the opportunity for MDRS is spread, you know, whether it's the whole of each of those 4 towns or some subset of that.
If I can add, sorry, apologies, just that concept of density. I don't perceive a 3-storey house or 3 3-storey houses on a single property to be a density that's inconsistent with particularly the small town character that I'm very familiar with in these towns. And so I'm trying to make a distinction between what we probably all know as much more low-rise apartments, higher density. This, at the density spectrum, is still what I consider reasonably low densities. If we look at the densities that support public transport, 3 houses, 1 site, 3 stories, they are still at the lower end of that density spectrum. So very different from moving to apartments at 6 stories, for example. We're still talking about a 11-metre height limit type of rule. We're still talking about those principles. My experience on that is even when we've got zones in Auckland, for example, and I've produced many medium density zones throughout New Zealand, and I hope someone might utilise them and push right to the edge of the limits and achieve a variety of housing. More times than not, I see very vanilla responses to those rules. And so I'm not expecting, for example, to see a Pocono all at 3-storey, and that's the consequence of MDRS.
Thank you, Mr. Tonomarsh. That seems to be where we're ended up for today, and certainly thank you for your suggestion that we might caucus some, not necessarily just planners, but we might caucus around some themes, and we'll talk about that next next Friday week. So any suggestions that you have through Ms. Abbott will be really appreciated.
Thank you, Piano.
Anything else, Ms. Abbott?
No, that's it from us, and questions. Really grateful for your time today. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, and we look forward to your thoughts on the matter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Switching focus to Sinlate. take it Ms. Rikers, is it?
Yes, so we've got three of us here, conscious that the camera's quite a long way away. So I'm Jamie Robinson. I've got with me Eve Denacour from Finlay and Nicola Rikers, who's giving planning advice. So I'll just crack right into it if that's acceptable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me just ask you, have you managed to drop in on any of the conversation today?
Yes, we have. So I'm conscious that the situation has advanced quite a lot from when our submissions were filed. I've attempted to see most of what's relevant. I did, in particular, I saw Ms. Gregory's presentation for the District Council, Waikato District Council, and also the HVL legal submissions that have just taken place. So I think we're across most of the pertinent submitters that have been today, or parties that have been today.
Right.
So as I understand it, where things have got to, I think this is probably a simpler way of doing it than referring to my submissions, which are now somewhat outdated. Firstly, I think there's acceptance that the interaction between Variation 3 and the PDP appeals is complicated, but there seems to be acceptance that zoning is an issue for the Environment Court to consider rather than this panel. And so the issue then is what controls limit the application of MDRS on the HVL land. I understand that urban fringe is likely to go. I know that there was some discussion that you've just had in relation to the timing of that and how potentially there might be a decision or some guidance that's available to submitters before turning up at the substantive hearing with evidence on qualifying matters that could replace it or replace it to a degree. And it sounds as though we might get more guidance from you on that next Friday. So I might leave that one there. We agree with the council submission that the context has changed now that there is this presumption to MDRS on the HVL land, and on the basis of that new context, full evidence is likely required in order for you and this panel to make findings on what might be appropriate qualifying matters. And I suppose linked to that point is the fact that density controls can only come in the form of qualifying matters. So if there were to be expert conferencing, which I know has been floated and seems like it might be something that the panel is open to, anyone taking part in that would have to be cognizant of the legislation and making sure that qualifying matters sat within that. That's a summary of where I understand it's at, which I think means that the issues that our submissions were raising and we hoped to get answers to have actually been fairly well addressed. It seems as though evidence at this stage and before this panel is going to be critical given the changed context, but that there might be a change in how we do that, or at least what the initial step is in terms of expert conferencing in the first instance.
Yeah, I think that's a very nice summary of where I've seen us getting to today, Ms. Robinson. So thank you for that.
Okay.
Just pause you there and just see if you've got any questions. Well, you've done a very good job.
No key points missed.
Now, I am assuming that you will participate in next Friday week's discussion, will you?
We hadn't intended to, and I am out of the office, but I'm sure that something can be arranged, or we can have a discussion at this end around involvement in that.
Well, I mean, we will certainly ensure that whatever paper that we're prompting as a bit of a thought leader on this one is distributed to you, obviously, and others, so that you can make that call in due course.
that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Anything else that anybody wishes to add? No? All right. Well, thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Everybody. Absolutely. Yeah, no, we're on. Yeah. So can I take it, well, I think I probably can, but I should just double check that the district will start conversations and just sort of buff all that up for us. Yeah, that's good. All right, well, in that case, I think we're at the end of today's hearing, so we're adjourned now until, are we starting at 9 in the morning, Steve, wherever you are?
Yes.
Right, so we're adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, so thank you all very much. Thank you.